Yes.
That's the explanation.
Le disk ke inobufakazi ke mayelana noma ke ngama exhibit la uK1 kuyofika ke kuK4
The downloads.
ma download.
Can you just identify them on the screen?
Okay, then can't we connect this one to my laptop?
Sorry.
Because, okay, I can explain from here. Oh,
Must pick it up.
yeah, no, just take it from there.
And whilst we're still connecting, setting up my Lord, yesterday there was an incorrect page that was handed up as part of exhibit triple K 5. We have since made copies of that exhibit. It was handed up yesterday as exhibit triple K 5A. I gave my learned friend copies of that exhibit. We just beg leave to hand up a copy.
Thanks.
Have you set up? Yes.
First one, we didn't print it. This is just information of the download. It will show here that it's been done by Sergeant Muswana, and they did the download the next morning, 2014, 10/27, 06/13, 53 AM.
Lana ke imininingwane nje lena iyachazela ukuthi benziwa ubani uSergeant Mushwana, isikhathi ke kanye ne date 27th October 2014, isikhathi 06/13/53.
And it was done by Sergeant Muswana on Force Lorus Cash 636 of 10/2014.
Yenziwa uyena uSergeant Mushwana kulona ke ikhala leli lase Force Lorus 6/10/2014.
The next one is the case data. We already discussed it yesterday as well in my previous statement.
Kulandela ke imininingwane yalo ke icala noma ke i-case data bese sikhulumile ngako ke izolo lokhu kanye futhi ke naku statement sami sindlule.
Then it's the device general information.
Imininingwane ke lena iyawo umakhalekhukhwini uqobo.
Just if I can just interrupt you, Colonel Stein, if you can just go back to that information about the download by Sergeant Mushwana,
This one or the previous one?
the previous one, the one that has got a case reference. Yes, the one with the case reference.
That's correct. No?
Yes, the next one. I just want to refer you to page 17 of your affidavit.
That's correct.
Yes.
17.
Yes, Is there the information that you've just shown there on the screen?
That's correct.
The one that we say we didn't print?
Yes, correct.
Ku page 17 ke iyona le mininingwane le engiqeda ukukhuluma ngayo manje ke ngishilo ukuthi ayiprintiwe.
Thank you. You can proceed.
The next one is the case data. That's the one we just referred to now on page 17. Then it's the device general information.
Lana imininingwane yakhe umakhalekhukhwini.
It's also mentioned on my page 17 of my first statement.
Khona ke nayo ku page 17 ku statement sami sokuqala.
Then we go to device lock. That is the exhibit KK1.
Lana ke lokho kubizwa ngokuthi i-divide lock izibithi u-triple K1.
Then that what you call it, triple K3 is device installed apps.
Bese kuthi ke u-triple K3 ama apps ke akhona ke noma ke akuwona umakhalekhukhwini uqobo.
Then it's the contact list, triple K2.
Bese kuthi u-triple K2 bese kuthi ke imininingwane ke noma ke i-list ke yama contact.
This is only just on one page now. On triple K2, it's in 2 pages.
Lana ke kuyipage nje elodwa kuphela kodwa ke ku-triple K2 ama page amabili.
This is the calls which we downloaded from the phone.
Lana ke iwona ke ama calls ke noma ukhumana ke esawa downloada kuwona ke umakhalekhukhwini.
And this exhibit? Just
This exhibit triple K4.
Lana sikhuluma ke manje ngezibithi u-triple K4.
That's all we discussed yesterday.
Ikona ke lokho esikhulume ngako izolo.
Further on, you do receive, you can find messages, SMSs, but we didn't discuss it or we didn't work on that.
Ungafumana ungathola ke nawo ke ama message ama SMS ke kodwa ke asikhulumanga ngaloko izolo.
the state banks leave to hand up the CD as exhibit triple K7.
Lona ke CD leli ke elindlulisayo ke enkantolo nanjengobufakazi u-triple K7 Lord.
There's only one copy, my lord. As we said, my lord, it's the same information as the triple K series.
We'll need to check it to verify if the information contained here is what has been
Yes.
Can you
referred
check
to.
it now, Colonel?
Yes,
Yeah, do it now so that
but I can't take a CD.
Oh, on the CD.
Yeah, I can't work on a CD.
you can't reopen it.
No, I don't have a CD.
This one, you can't open it.
No.
This
We
very
ca-
CD.
Yeah.
We can open it here, my lord.
Yeah, just let's do it. If you can. Sorry, just as a matter of interest, is it because of security considerations that you can't open the CD which is encapsulated in your computer?
The new computers
Yeah.
don't have CD player.
It's about
Because-
compatibility, my lord.
Is that compatibility?
Yes, yeah.
No other reason?
No other reason.
Okay. Yeah.
Can you just identify it as we go through the CD?
Yeah, just go. Okay, I must. Can I come to that?
Yeah.
Go down to that one. Okay. Not another one? No, that's all. This way. It's down in the corner?
Sorry, you know, it will be easier this way. Do it on the computer
Okay.
where it is encapsulated, and thereafter repeat your evidence standing there. Okay.
I think you can do it. Use my mic.
It's exactly, if we come to this one, it's exactly the same. It also show us the date he downloaded the CD.
Kona-ke lokho bese ngikhulume ngakho kuyatshengisa futhi-ke nelanga i-CD eyadownloadwa ngalo.
It is also a case reference number is Phosphorus 636 of 10/2014,
Ila bhalwe khona inamba yalo iqala Phosphorus 636/10/2014.
and it's been done by Sergeant Mushwana.
Uyena uSergeant Mushwana.
And just place the date on record on which it was downloaded.
It's been downloaded on 2014-10/27
2014-10/27 i-date.
at 06:13:53 a.m. in the morning.
6:13:53 ekuseni.
The next page is the same as that one of mine of page 17 of my first statement.
Lona-ke efana no-page 17 kwi-statement sami sokuqala.
And it's a Phosphorus cash. The exhibit bag number, it's a PA 500-208-7781.
Bese kuthi-ke iqala-ke lase-Phosphorus ibhegi-ke noma-ke inamba yesikhwama-ke u-PA 500-208-7781.
That is the bag in which the cell phone was sealed in.
Ilosona-ke isikhwama leso umakhalekhukhwini owafakwa wavalelwa ngaphakathi kusona.
And the device type is a ZTE V795.
Uhlobo-ke lomakhalekhukhwini i-ZTE V795.
And the IMEI number is 8633720213762114.
Bese kuthi-ke i-IMEI number u-8633720213762114.
The cell number is 082-704-4358.
Bese kuthi-ke i-cell number u-08270444358.
The name of the suspect, Kelly Kumalo.
Igama lomsolwa uKelly Khumalo.
Then the offense, they didn't mention a date of birth or ID number, and then the offense is murder.
Akuchazanga-ke noma kubhaliwe-ke ukuthi wazalwa nini-ke noma i-ID number. Bese kuthi-ke iqala-ke ukubulala.
Investigation officer, Lieutenant Colonel Nedlam,
Bese kuthi umphenyi wecala u-Lieutenant Colonel Nyetling.
and the unit is Stomps.
Bese kuthi-ke unity i-Dobbs.
That one is also the same as my, on page number 17 of my previous statement. It's the device general information.
Nalana-ke ingalendlela ekungayo-ke kwi-page 17 esitatimende sami sokuqala imininingwane emayelanayo umakhalekhukhwini.
Device event log, where we mentioned about the device boot up, was on 2014-10/27 at 01:31:38
Bese kuthi
a.m.
bese kuthi lana imininingwane-ke emayelanayo umakhalekhukhwini kubhaliwe-ke i-boot up kuyona-ke umakhalekhukhwini kwakungayi-27 October 2014.
Is this information also contained in your affidavit and the exhibits?
That's correct.
Le mininingwane ikhona-ke kwi-statement sami kanye futhi-ke namazibithi.
Then the device installed apps,
Nama-apps-ke atholakalayo noma angaphakathi-ke kuyena umakhalekhukhwini.
that is not included in my statement because I didn't see that important.
Kodwa-ke lokhu akukho kwi-statement sami ngoba-ke angibonanga kubalulekile.
Then the next one is the list of the contacts.
Bese kuthi elandelayo ke uhla lama contacts.
Then the next one is the calls we retrieve from the cell phone handset.
Bese kuthi lana ke ama calls ke esawakhipha noma ke esawathatha ke kuona umakhalekhukhwini.
And then further on is just personal information from where they mention the husband's birthday and
Lana ke imininingwane nje la chaza khona ke ukuthi ke u-birthday ke yalo minwakhe ke iningi.
So that is what is contained in the disk.
that's correct. That is the same we just discussed.
Ikona ke lokho okuyona ke lesikuyana ikona lokho besiqeda ukukhuluma ngakho.
Are you satisfied, Mr. Msholo? The information in that disk is the very information which the kernel testified about yesterday.
And you also testify that you received the section 205 of Ms. Kelly Kumalo. In what format did you receive?
I also received it in a CD format.
Bese ngishilo noma ngishilo ke mangifakaza ukuthi ngathola ke ne section 205 yakhe ke uhleli Khumalo yona ngayithola ke nayo nge CD.
The extracts thereof are referred to in the exhibit J1 of Ms. Fatin Games.
That's correct, yes.
Kona ke lokho ke tholakala ke kuyena J1 wakhe ke malo ebezofakaza ke lana uMs Bellingham.
Do you confirm that?
That's correct. I
and
confirm
function
it's the same one.
Yona ke lena yakusho lokho.
Malo, thank you. That is all the information that we requested that the witness should be recalled on.
Okay. Mr. Gomez, will any cross-examination?
Court, please, my lord. Good morning, Mr. Stein.
Morning.
Mr. Stein, I've gone through your affidavit, triple case 6. I was checking the contents and the wording of that affidavit. It tells me that this affidavit, you were with someone when you were preparing this affidavit. Do you agree with me?
No, I don't agree with you.
Ngifundile ke isitatimende sakho noma ke ngifundile ke la ke triple case 6. Uma ngifunda ke ngendlela ke ebhalwe ngayo ke lapha yana ngitshela ukuthi ke ukhona owakade unayo inkathi yokwenza usenzo lesi cha angivumelani nalokho.
Neither you were influenced by anyone to put these contents in this affidavit.
No.
Akukho futhi nalowo owaba nomthelela ke ukuthi ke ngibhale ngalendlela noma ngisibhale ke lesitatimende.
When you were asked about this, to the best of your knowledge and to your satisfaction about the contents, you were satisfied with the contents of this.
That's correct.
Futhi ke ngineliseki noma nginemeke ngalokho obhaliwe khona la kulesitatimende.
I just want to take you firstly on paragraph 4. I think it has some paragraphs from 1 to 10.
That's correct.
Now, before we commence my cross-examination, as I have started already, I just want us to get to understand the meaning behind the wording in paragraph 4, in paragraph 9. That is subparagraph 9 of paragraph 4.
That's correct.
Will you please read that paragraph for me, please?
The court must also bear in mind that the latest Poppy Act wasn't active during that time, 2014.
Lana ke ku paragraph 9 okubhaliwe ukuthi ke ngifisa ke ukuthi inkantolo ke nake noma ikubheke ke ukuthi ke lo mthetho obizwa ngokuthi ke yi-Poppy Act wawungekho ke ngaleso sikhathi ke ngo-2014.
What do you mean by this?
After the Poppy Act started to work, we now supposed to get permission either from the owner or from court that we can download the phone, work on your personal information.
Lokho ngichazayo noma ngikushoyo ke ngalokho ukuthi ke uthe umthetho usungenile ke noma usukhona ke lo obizwa ngokuthi yi-Poppy Act bese kufuneka manje ke ngaphambi kokuthi singasebenza ke noma khona singakwenza kuona ke umakhalekhukhwini sithole ke imvume kuyena umnikazi noma inkantolo.
All right. That's very brilliant. Now I want you to take me or to take this court on the process, practical process of applying or requesting a permission either to the owner or to the court. What is the practical procedure that you have to follow?
Now lately or during this phone?
No. I'm talking generally about the applicability of the Poppy Act when a permission is required from the owner of the cell phone or from the court.
We object to that question. Firstly, it is not relevant. The witnesses said that it was not applicable at the time when he downloaded the information. How will that be of assistance to the court if it was not applicable at the time? We submit, my lord, that
That question
it's
is
an unfair question.
That question is relevant, my lord. If Mr. Baloyi can be patient, he will understand where I'm going. I'm saying your answer was that if the Poppy Act was applicable, I'm not talking about a situation where it was not applicable. You understand, sir?
That's correct.
Sorry?
That's correct.
My question relates to the period when the Poppy Act was applicable. What procedure needs to be followed there? That's your answer. You said you need to get the permission from the owner of a cell phone. How do you get the permission? That's the simple question.
But it's a simple answer.
Yes.
If it's the owner, if you got the owner, you
Yeah.
got the form in which he completed and he give us the permission.
How do you ask the permission? How are you given the permission by the owner? Is it in writing, orally, or
It's
otherwise?
in writing.
Thank you. That's what I want.
Yeah.
Uma ngabe lo mthetho ususebenza ngabe sengishilo khona ukuthi imvume uyithola kuyena umnikazi noma enkantolo impenduleke noma uma kunikeza yona imvume ke ukwenza lokho ngokuthi abhale phansi ngoba kune form ekhona ke la obhala khona ke naye ke bese uyaphendula futhi.
So in the case where it is applicable, when you approach the court, how do you request the permission from the court?
The investigation officer complete a sworn statement and he handed it over to the magistrate. And in that application, you must mention who the phone is going to download, who's the downloader, what he's going to use, everything. And then the court gives us permission. It's actually the same as when you do application for a Section 205.
Lana ke uma sekukuthi manje imvume leyo icelwa enkantolo lowo phenye icala uzobhala incwadi ezondluliselwa ke kwimantshi la echaza khona ke ukuthi ke uzokwenzani ke ubani futhi ke ozokudownloada kuyafana nje uma noma kwenziwa isicelo sayo i205.
But I want to be specific in terms of the prescribed provision. Do you have a particular or a specific provision? Because you say it is almost similar like Section 205 application. Do you have a specific provision whereby you approach the court through an investigating officer on his own statement? Do you have a specific provision relating to that?
Yes, you got, but remember, I'm not doing that. That is the duty of the investigation officer. He applied for the permission and everything. He bring me the product.
Uzokhumbula-ke ukuthi kuloko ngibuzayo ukuthi khona yini indlela ethizwe-ke kwenziwa ngayo lokho ukuthi akusina umuntu okwenzayo-ke kona-ke lokho kodwa-ke ulowo ophenyayo-ke ukuba uyena okwenzayo lokho mina ungilethela nje useqedile.
Now, I'm getting back into this one. You say the act was not applicable at that time.
That's correct.
Ngishilo ukuthi-ke lo mthetho esikhuluma ngawo i-Copy Act ngaleso sikhathi leso ngangisebenza lokho wawungekabi khona-ke.
But for the benefit of the public, there was no need to ask for a permission according to you when that law was not applicable. Correct?
My Lord, I don't know. What must I answer now?
No, no,
because
no.
that time the Poppy Act wasn't even there. It wasn't even something you had to think about.
Lo mthetho lona wawungekho ngalesa sikhathi kwangasiyona nento futhi owawungacabanga noma ungacabanga ngayo.
I want to help you because you are at least now retired. You'll have time to research this.
Sorry
My
about
question,
that.
let me rephrase it. May I rephrase it, my lord?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm taking you on your affidavit. On your affidavit, not on the affidavit of the investigating officer. I referred you to paragraph 9 of your exhibit, K6, correct?
That's correct.
Yes. I want you to understand and give this court the meaning of the paragraph. You say the Poppy Act was not applicable at that time in 2014. That's what you're saying.
That's correct.
Yebo lokho ngishoyo lana ukuthi-ke lo mthetho engiwubiza noma esiwubiza ngokuthi i-Copy Act ngaleso sikhathi leso ngo-2014 wawungasebenzi.
Do you know when did this act came into operation or come into operation? Do you know?
It's
Which
in
year?
October 2021.
Uma usuqala-ke ukusebenza lo mthetho kwakungo-October ka-2021.
Are you secure? Are you sure?
I'm not sure, but as far as I can remember, because we did the case in the beginning in the end of October and we just missed the steps.
Kungenzeka-ke ukuthi-ke anginaso isiqiniseko kodwa ngiyakhumbula nje ngo-October-ke ukuthi-ke khona nje icala esasilenza-ke ngaleso sikhathi leso.
Do you need some time to stand the matter down so that you can check that provision?
I don't have that information anymore. I'm a retired colonel now.
Lokho-ke ukuthi-ke asime nje ngibheke lokho angeke ngikwenzeke ngoba manje angisena-ke uKenya osesebenza sengahlala phansi angisasebenzi.
All right. A Poppy Act was made into law in 2013. In 2013. Do you disagree with me?
I don't agree or disagree with you because
As a court, please, my lord, I think it's unfair for Mr. Mgomezile just to put a broad proposition without showing him the act to indicate that it was promulgated on a certain date, assented to on a certain date by the president. It was promulgated on a certain date, and that it came into operation on a certain date, instead of just making such a general proposition to the witness. In fact, my learned friend has just indicated to me that according to the information, it commenced on the 1st of July 2021, and not as my learned friend
It came into law during that
proposes.
period.
And you know, we know that there are various stages that an
Yeah.
act of parliament goes through before can come into operation, going to different houses of parliament, and eventually being signed by the president into law. I think my learned friend.
So you say, sorry, I hear you. You say it was assented to in 2021, not 2019.
Yes, it came into operation in July 2021.
Yeah, I know they are, well, I don't want to get into this debate. I know they appointed a colleague, it's a relative actually. Ms. Trakula was appointed as the administrator of the Poppy Act.
Yes. And that was fairly recent.
Yeah, it was. But let's see the Act itself, because now we're arguing about whether it started in 2020 or what. Where's the Act say?
Kusaphikiswana ke ngalo mthetho ke lana njengoba eshoko umbaba uMzulu ukuthi kwango 2013 kodwa ke abashushu mabebheka ke bathi cha wenza iphutha ke lapho ngoba ke kuba nezigaba ke la ngaphambi kokuthi yofica ke president abe seyayisayinda ke uma seyisayinda ke yena ngokungoyi first zika July 2021 hayi nanjengoba esho uMzulu athi ngo 2013.
My Lord,
Yeah.
it's just that we.
We just had to print the first page, but it shows date of commencement July 2021.
Yeah, the lady is Pansy Trakula. She's the administrator of the Poppy Act. That's what they call it. So the application would probably go to her office.
So this one, IE. Does it have IE or ATOMI? It must have. What is precision to send information? It's completely. Yeah. It's the same thing. No. Wait. May I request this aspect to stand down so that I can verify?
Yeah, before you do that, I want to give you a decision,
Yes.
which you must read. It's State versus Cooper. It's 1973. The Sasso trial, I was involved there.
My Lord, may I?
Wait.
I understand.
This is after your learned colleague wanted to object. This case I'm quoting to you, you must read it once we've adjourned, because it will educate us whether in fact that objection.
May I
was
just place
valid
this
or not.
first before we adjourn?
Yeah.
Because Mr. Baloyi has already addressed the court in terms of the time of its operation.
Yeah, fine.
Yes. My Lord, according to my research, it was promulgated in 2013. Then it came into operation on the 11th of April 2014. That's what I want to place it before we stand this matter down for
And he is
verification.
reading that it was assented to when? An act comes into effect when it is assented to by the
Yes.
president,
In 2013.
maybe promulgated. Yeah, this is the case. Let's just read this case. The State versus Cooper and others, 1976. 1 SA 932T. It's a judgment by Bosov, who was then subsequently the JP of this division. Sorry. Just give it to Mr. Ngomezulu. Are you aware of this, Mr. Baloyi? This case?
Of Cooper,
Yeah.
we will refer to we'll
So should
we'll
you
check it
adjourn or
out.
should you
Yes.
do what?
Yeah, we just want to place on record, my Lord, that actually POPIA Act is just the acronym. The name of the act is Protection of Personal Information Act 4 of 2013. It was assented to by the President on the 19th of November 2013 and says date of commencement 1 July 2020. We're just looking at...
Let's just put that into evidence. So when did it become law? According to what you are reading there.
It's 1 July 2020.
And Mr. Mgomezulu says
According
it's
to me-
2014.
according to my research, is the 11th of April, 2014.
This is a question of law. We can all look into that, look at the applicable government gazette that put that into operation. But on the face of the act, this is the information that is
Let
contained.
me have a look at that.
These enactments were in piecemeal. Basically, what was the purpose of this application of this act? Was to protect
Well, what I'm reading here, it says the source. This is the Department of Justice, Statutes and Regulations of South Africa. And it says it's Act 11-776. And it says Protection of Personal Information Act 4 of 2013. And it says assented to 19th November 2013. Date of commencement 1st July 2020. And then it says here, it was printed in the Government Gazette number 297, Gazette number 44383 of 1st April 2021. That's when it was gazetted, according to this. Did you see when it was gazetted, sir? Mr. Sibanda? Yeah.
Mr. Spanner.
Did you see when it was gazetted? Or you didn't read that?
Yeah, we didn't check that.
Yeah, ne? How do you read an act?
Yes, there are 3 gazettes.
Yeah, fine.
We saw there are 3 gazettes that came into operation on different dates.
Yeah,
Yes, we just have to check those
Okay.
gazettes.
fine.
Hence, I'm requesting this aspect to stand down, but
Yeah, fine. We'll stand down until when?
this aspect, I'll proceed with my cross-examination.
Okay, what's
Maybe
the
I'll
time?
address it after lunch.
What's the time now?
It's 4 minutes to 11.
Okay. You want us to adjourn now or what?
No, my lord.
Oh, okay,
I
fine.
was-
Go. Okay, go
On
on.
this aspect, that's the reason why I was requesting.
Okay, fine.
Mr. Stein, let's just, because this is very important, I'll come back to it after lunch, if needs be. Let's move on. We are still on paragraph 4. The first and the second bulletin of your paragraph. You talked about section 205. You see that?
That's correct.
And that's where you said how to apply for section 205.
That's correct.
When you apply for section 205, as you have indicated, it goes to the court grants the application, then it's taken to a service provider. In this case, this is Vodacom. Correct?
That's correct.
Uma ususenza-ke lesi sicelo sayo i-205 qale inkantolo bese manje iyadlulela-ke kuleyo nkampani leyo-ke lana-ke sikhuluma ngo-Vodacom.
Then you will be provided as it, when you proceed with your evidence to say the TSU will issue a reference number.
That's correct.
Bese yandlula-ke ila khona manje-ke i-TSU yona isinikeza-ke nge-reference number.
And then it reaches the service provider who will provide the section 205.
That's correct.
La manje ke sindlulela kuyona ke i-service provider noma ke inkampani leyo ekhipha ke i-205.
And that process, when the service provider gives you the 205s, it gives you it in the form of a PDF format.
That's correct.
Bese kuthi inkampani leyo kuma sekunikeza yona ke leyo 205 ikunikeza ke ngohlobo ke i-PDF.
The PDF, I'm putting to you that it is authentic and original. It is real and genuine. Do you agree?
That's correct.
Futhi ke yona ke leyo ke kuyilo ebizwa ngokuthi noma leyo PDF iyona ke original noma ke ewungqo.
And since there is an application in terms of Section 205, the service provider is authorized by the court to provide or to give that subpoena in terms of Section 205.
That's correct.
Bese kuthi yona ke inkampani leyo ke yona ke ila igunyaziswa ke inkantolo ke ukuthi ke kwenzeke lokho.
Now, let's look at the integrity of this PDF format. It's a genuine document, it's real, it's original, it cannot be tampered with. You agree with me?
That's correct.
Futhi ke le PDF ngohlobo ke noma ngendlela ke eza ngayo noma ke etholakala ngayo ila khona ke ekungekho lutho olungenziwa ke noma ke iphazanyiswe.
Once it is converted into an Excel, the originality remains with the PDF.
That's correct.
Uma manje isishintshwa ke shintshelwa kuyona ke Excel kodwa yona ke i-PDF yona ke isahlezi ingale yandlela.
When you proceed with the downloading for the purpose of analyzing the cell phone data, it gets into another stage or another integrity of being capable of being edited. Is that correct?
The possibility is there.
Manje ke ima isindlula ke manje usuqhubeka ke nokwenza umsebenzi isifika manje kwesinye ke isigaba la ekungenzeka noma yini ke khona ke uthi lokho ke yebo amathuba khona ke.
So if we go to J1, the of Pinky Vitilium, that information provided by the service provider cannot be disputed or cannot be changed in any way. Do you agree?
I agree.
Ngiyavuma ke ukuthi kodwa manje mase siya kuyena ke J1 lokhana ekulaphayana kona ke akwazeki ukuthi ngashintshwa ke noma khona ongenziwa kona.
And Pinky Vitilium has already led evidence about the contents of the Section 205.
That's correct.
I said Pinky
No, I'm saying proceed, it's fine.
Oh, sorry, thank you, Mr. After she has led evidence, then, all right, now, she has led evidence. The process of downloading or of converting that PDF information to an Excel, it has to be worked into a working document. Is that?
Just so that we don't confuse the issues, there are two processes. My learned friend is talking about downloading and is also talking about conversion. These are two different concepts. Just so that the record becomes clear, my lord. Downloading is when you take the instrument itself and you look at the contents thereof. And conversion is something different. As a court, please.
God, please, thank you for. after the downloading of that information, I want to get into the point where you are involved as an analyst. During the conversion and the downloading, you are not directly involved.
That's correct.
Kunalama process amabili ke manje ke lana khona ke lo keep imininingwane ke ebizwa ngokuthi ke downloader no conversion la yokushintsha ke ukuthi kulawo ke ama process ke mina ke angisiyona ingxenye noma angikho kuwona.
And during the process of conversion and downloading, it also requires human involvement. Am I right?
Human involvement with a specific program.
Yes.
Because I myself don't have that program to convert the PDF to a working document.
Kule igaba ke imbili ke sikhuluma ngazo ke lana ukudownloada uconversion yabo uyakudinga ukuthi umuntu abe khona ke kodwa ke kube nohlelo ke noma ke iprogram ke mina ke anginayo ke leyo program leyo.
Once everything is done, is taken for analysis, that's where you are involved. Am I right?
That's correct.
Bese kuthi mase kwenziwe konke ke manje sekuhanjiselwa noma kuzokwenziwa ucwaningo ila engiba ingxenye khona.
Before you commence with the analysis, you are not aware of what took place during the conversion and the downloading.
No.
Ngaphambilini kokuthi ke mina ngiqaleke ngolwami ucwaningo ke obekwenziwa ngaphambilini ke kulezi imbili igaba engikhulumile ngazo ukuthi bekwenziwani ke lapho angazi.
Okay. I'm trying to I'll think of this word. I'm trying to demonstrate the factual causation of what might have caused the discrepancies between what is in the PDF format and what is in your affidavit, Exhibit 01. But please bear with me because I'm trying to follow the logic. When you receive this spreadsheet, you said you received the spreadsheet and the downloads for analysis. Am I correct? Or maybe I didn't get it.
Maybe you not get it. Remember, Section 205 is on its own.
Yes.
The download is on its own.
Yes.
So it's totally two different things.
May I rephrase it?
Mhlambe ke khona ke nje la ongangizwanga khona noma ongangitholanga khona ke ukuthi masikhuluma ngayo i205 sikhuluma ngayo udownloader into ezimbili lezi ezahlukene.
Yes, may I rephrase it by saying, when you receive the Section 205s and the downloads for the purposes of analyzing, you were working on a spreadsheet that you were given by the investigating officer.
That's correct.
Uma sengithola ke manje ke kunale 205 kunale kufanele kudownload khona ke ngisebenza ngalo engakuthola kuyena lo owumphenyi wecala.
Why I'm asking this is because your evidence is that you received these 205s and downloads from Constable Mshwana on the 27th of October 2014. Am I correct to say that?
No, you're not correct.
Utheke wena ke uma ukhuluma ke uba umthele
Sorry.
ubaba ungomisi uthe uconstable kodwa ke uSergeant Mshwana
Sergeant Mshwana.
ngazo i24 27 October 2014 uthi cha akulona iqiniso lelo.
So what is the correct position there?
The correct one is in my statement. I mentioned on page 3 of my first statement.
Yes.
On the 9th of April 2020, at around 10 o'clock, I received a CD, Section 205 and cell phone downloads from the investigation officer Brigadier Kaginda with information about the following topics.
Lana ke kubhaliwe ku page 3 wase statement sami sokuqala ke ukuthi nge-9 zika April 2020 lo ngathola ku Brigadier Gininda
Thank you.
asena ke umushwana.
Thank you, sir. So this, the downloading was done in 2014 on the 27th of October.
That's correct.
Base kuthi ke udownloada lokho kwenzeka kona ke ngazo i-27 ku October 2014.
That's the reason is because I wanted clarity, because I wanted to ask as to how many times did you conduct, how many times did you analyze, because I was confused, because I have information that you got you conducted the analysis in 2020.
That's correct.
Ila benginokudideka khona ke ngoba mina ke ngendlela engizwe ngayo ke ukuthi ke ucwaningo lokhu wakwenza ngo-2020 yebo kuyiqiniso.
All right, let's look at the period. I just want to check the period when this analysis was done in 2020. From 2014, 27 October 2014, now you performed or you analyzed the downloads in 2020, which means 6 years after it has been downloaded. A period of 6 years. That's when you conducted the analysis.
That's correct.
Yebo kusikhathi lesiyana ke seminyaka ke eyisithupha ke mawubheka ke 27 October 2014 mina ngase ke ucwaningo ngilenza ngo-2020 yebo kuyiqiniso iminyaka eyisithupha.
So, I understand from the background of Brigadier Gininda that he was appointed in 2018 as an investigating officer in this case.
That's correct.
Ngizwile ke ngayo Brigadier Gininda ukuthi yena ke waqokwa ke ngo-2018 ukuthi ke abe umphenyi walecala yebo kuyiqiniso.
So, I just want to establish, if you know, if you don't know, it's not a problem. From 2014 up to the time of his appointment, there was no analysis done on the downloads.
No, definitely there was some analysis done.
Sorry?
There was done. It was done with some other analysis. But when Brigadier Gagina and his team has been appointed, he asked me to help to assist.
Manje engifisa ukuthi ngikwazi ukuthi kusuka ngayo u2014 kwaze kwaba isikhathi la aqoka khona uBrigadier Gininda ukusho ukuthi ke akaze kube nocwaningo olwenziwa lana uthi cha akusona ke iqiniso lelo yebo khona ke ucwaningo olwenziwa ke kodwa uma eseqokwa ke yena ke uBrigadier Gininda kanye nethimba lakhe wase engicela ke ukuthi angenze ucwaningo lolo.
So, sir, you said you were provided with a certain number, certain cell numbers by Brigadier Gininda.
That's correct.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi kunama number thize uBrigadier Gininda anginikeza wona.
Now, on the A and B system, you said something about the A and B system where you throw in and whatever. Is it actually prescribed or governed by a particular piece of legislation?
That's correct.
ANC le enkhulume ngayo ke yebo ke ukhona ke umthetho othize ke noma umthetho olawula lokho noma ke ukusebenza lokho.
I understand it's an app in the SAPS.
That's correct.
Futhi ke lokubizwa ngokuthi ke i-app phakathi emaphoyiseni.
But is
program.
there, sorry?
Or
It's
a program, yeah.
Yes. But is it promulgated or regulated by a particular act of parliament other than being?
I don't know.
Ukuthi ke kunomthetho othize ke obuye eParliament olawula lokho angazi.
So the reason for you to be called or to be recalled is to clarify the discrepancies between Triple J1 and Exhibit 01, especially on two transactions. Transactions of the 2nd of August 2014 and the 15th of October 2014. Correct?
2nd of October and the 15th of yeah.
15th of October 2014.
That's correct.
Ukubizwa kwakhe noma ke ukuthi uphinde ubizwe futhi ke nanjengoba ubuzileke kuhlanje ngaphambi ukuthi uzokuthi ubufakazi bakho bekuwuchaza ke ungahlangani ke okukhona ke lana phakathi kwakhe uTriple J1 kanye ke no 01 futhi ke khulunywa la ngamalanga amabili i15 zika October 15 October kanye nazo i2nd zika August. Yebo kuyiqiniso lokho.
I believe my colleagues will get into that aspect. I just want you to get into the what is essential relating to the principles of law. You have already gave evidence in August 2023.
Yes.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi ngo-August 2023 ngase ngibethula ubufakazi bami.
And August 2024, you are recalled to give clarity on what you testified on in 2023 August.
That's correct, my lord. Like I explained yesterday, I proved yesterday that there's no difference between my evidence and the one I give in last year, August last year.
Buso thule ubufakazi ke ngo-August ka-2023 August ke manje ka-2024 uyabizwa futhi ke ukuthi ke uzochaza ke la okunongahlangani khona ke. Yebo kuyiqiniso lokho nkosenkantolo nayo izolo ke ngikutshengisileke noma ngikuvezileke ukuthi ke awukho umehluko kuloko engakusho ngo-August unyaka odlule naloku engikushilo la enkantolo.
Like I did mention yesterday, the section 205 is on its own. And the download is on its own.
Nanjengoba ngishilo ke futhi ke ukuthi ke i-section 205 lena ke imele kanye futhi nayo ke i-download into eyodwa ukusho ukuthi into ezimbili ezihlukile.
The section 205 is actually the property or a product of Vodacom. The download is a product of SAP.
Bese kuthi ke manje i-205 yona ke ibuya ku Vodacom. Bese kuthi i-download lena yona ke ibuya emaphoyiseni.
Any changes between the 205s or any discrepancies or differences between the section 205s and the downloads. You said it assumes a status of an Excel in order to, it assume a status of an Excel after it has been downloaded. Am I putting it correctly?
When I
From
receive
the conversion part of
yeah,
it?
when I receive it, it's in an Excel spreadsheet, a working document.
Yes.
Uma mina ngiyithola ikuloko okubiza ngokuthi ke i-spreadsheet ke se-Excel ngamagama ke i-document noma yinto ongasebenza ngayo ongasebenza kuyona.
Yes. My concern is at the time when you received that spreadsheet, did you come across the differences between what is in the 205s and that spreadsheet or on your working document?
There wasn't any differences.
Akukho ukwehluka okwakukhona noma umehluko wawukhona.
Where does this difference come from? Was it at the time when you used the A and B program?
Which difference you're referring to now?
I'm
That column, I did mention in my first statement that I transport the information to an Excel spreadsheet to explain it to the court in a workable, understandable document. So that is something I did myself. It's not a difference with a section 205 or a download. Like you see in that exhibit you received yesterday, It's on page this and it's on page that.
Angazi ke umuphi lo mehluko okhuluma ngawo ngoba ngikushilo ke lokhu izolo ukuthi mina ke engakhipha ke lokho lapha yana ke ngenzela inkantolo ukuthi ke ikuzwisiseke noma ke iboneke imina okwenziwa imina futhi ke nakona ka amazibiti enwatholile ke izolo ukuthi ipage elithize ngale ipage elithize.
Okay. Just give me a second. There's something I just want to check before I move on to something else.
You may sit down if you want to, sir.
Thank you.
I'm the feature one here.
This one. Just a second, my lord. Sir, there is something that also bothers me here in paragraph 6 of your affidavit. Can you please read that sentence for me?
Paragraph 6 of bullet 6.
No, paragraph 6.
That one of Kelly rebooted.
Yes.
Okay. Kelly rebooted her handset during the early morning hours of.
Oh, sorry, before that one. Sorry, sir, before that one. Paragraph 5.
As mentioned in my previous statement, paragraph 3, I did mention that I make use of both the section 205 and the downloads to explain to the court and make use.
Nanje mangishilo ke istatement sami sangaphambilini ke na ke paragraph 3 ngikushilo ukuthi ke ngasebenzisa ke ukubili ke isection 205 kanye nawo ke ama download ukuchaza ke enkantolo futhi ngisebenzise
And make use of certain terms like MOC and MTC. MOC and MTC is an indication if the call was received or made by a person.
ukuchaza ke amagama afana nabo kabo MEC kanye nabo MTC uMOC kanye no MTC indlela ke noma kuyinkomba ke ukuthi ke ucingo uyena washaya ucingo noma uyena owathola ke ucingo.
Then the last paragraph of paragraph 5.
Kelly Kumalo was not the suspect and we concentrate on her as a person of interest. The number of Nkani, suspect number 5, with the number +27 73305 9202 was discovered and ownership was confirmed via e-notice and bank statement.
Ukelly Khumalo wayengasiyena ke umsolwa futhi ke sabheka ke nanje ngumuntu nje esingambuka kodwa inamba yakhe ke unkani umsolwa wesihlanu 277330599202 yatholakala ke noma yabisitholakala ke futhi ke nokuthi kuyinamba kabanike lokho sasithola ke isiqiniseko sako nge-e-notice noma ke ama-statement zasebhangi.
So I was concerned about the sentence where you said Kelly was not a suspect. But you further mentioned that he was
A person of interest,
a person of interest.
that's correct.
What do you mean by that?
Person of interest, I mean by that she was one of the persons in the house. It was one of our witnesses at that stage.
Lana ke ngokushoyo ukuthi wayengasiyona ke umsolo kodwa ke kuumuntu nje esibhekileke noma ke simbukayo ukuthi ke waye omunye wabantu ababekhona ke endlini omunye wofakazi.
In paragraph 6, you talk about the rebooting of the cell phone.
That's correct.
Lebo kuyiqiniso ukuthi la ku paragraph 6 kukhulunywa ke ngokurebootwa komakhalekhukhwini noma ukuvuswa ke noma ukuvuswa ke kwa umakhalekhukhwini.
So, is there any difference between resetting and rebooting a cell phone?
It's actually the same, but the download machine will read it as a reboot.
Uma usebenzisa ke igama ukureset ukureboota into ke eyodwa ke leyo kodwa ke umshini wona ke uzosebenzisa leli ke lokuvuswa noma ke lika reboot igama.
So, do you mean if you reboot, do you switch off the cell phone? Do you switch off the device?
No,
What do you mean?
You go to your factory settings in your cell phone, factory settings, and then you ask your phone to sort of you give in sort of instruction to delete everything on your phone.
Uma ke wenza lokho ke ukuvuswa ke noma ke lokubizwa ukuthi i-reboot uya ke kuloko kubizwa ngokuthi ngama-factory settings ila khona ke manje uyitshela ke manje ke noma ifoni yakho leyo ke la kuzoba nalokho ukusulwa okuzokwenzeka noma kuna nento ezithize ezosulwa.
During the rebooting process, that information cannot be captured by the 205s. That a cell phone was rebooted.
No.
Ama-205 ke angeke abe nayo ke leyo mniningwane noma leyo information ke ukuthi ke umakhalekhukhwini wavuswa.
So in your paragraph 8, so you were adamant that there was a communication between Kelly Kumalo and accused number 5.
That's correct.
Yebo ke lana ke ku paragraph 8 yebo ke ngisho lokho ke futhi nginesiqiniseko noma ngiqinisekile ukuthi yebo ukuxhumana kwakukhona ke phakathi kwakho uKelly Khumalo kanye naye ke ummangalelo wesihlanu.
My Lord, may I request that I be given the chance to research that provision, because mainly my
Which provision is
cross-examination,
that now?
the one that we stood it down for the POPIA Act, because my main focus was on that aspect. So, with your permission,
I can give you the number of the director, the administrator, Miss Pensi Tlakula. I can give it to you. You talk to her. I mean,
It's
she's
not
a civil
necessary.
servant, and she administers the act.
it's not necessary.
Oh, it's not necessary. Okay, fine.
I'll just go through my research again.
How long do you need for your research, sir?
You can give me an hour, my Lord, if possible.
What are you researching? The promulgation of an act,
Yes.
the date. Or you want to research the act, read the act.
No, I don't want to read the act. My Lord, from what I gathered,
Yeah.
I understand that it has been promulgated in piecemeal. Yes. So there are certain parts that dealt with the coming to operation of this act in 2014. And if it came into operation, what part of legislation did it cover relating to that aspect?
I see.
Yes, which might be relevant to the questions that I want to impose.
Yeah, but read that act also. Sorry. Read S versus Cooper, okay?
Yes, my Lord, I'll do so.
Right, an hour we adjourn.
exhibit.
Sorry?
We took it as exhibit in a crime, from a crime scene.
Ingabe ke nanjengoba sengikhoxeleke manje kulo mbuzo ke bengikubuza wona ke mayelana nawo ke lo mthetho ukuthi uyi-Property Act. Ukhona yini umthetho ke onivumelayo ukuthi nithathe leyo makhalekhukhwini ngaphandle kwemvume yakhe umnikazi? Yebo sathatha ke leyo makhalekhukhwini nanjengezibithi ke la ekwenzeka khona isigameko.
And you further confirm that there was no need to approach any court, any competent court to obtain permission, either
No.
from the data user or the
That's
court.
correct, no.
Ngiyakusho ke nokuthi ke futhi kwakungekho ke ukuthi noma umthetho ke othi asiye enkantolo siyothola khona ke imvume yokuthi umakhalekhukhwini loyo siwuthathe.
I understand that you took it as an exhibit, but are you mindful of the fact that a right to privacy of a particular person was existing at that time?
That's correct, but they didn't have any objections when the people of Tom's seized the items at the crime scene.
Nkathi ke abantu noma laba ke abakwa Toms bethatha ke umakhalekhukhwini noma ke amazibithi lawo kwindawo yesigameko akuzange kube khona ke onenkinga noma ke kube khona ke oshoyo ukuthi ke cha yena ke akahambisani nalokho.
All right. In conclusion of my cross-examination, I will argue later that the rights of Kelly Kumalo and the person named in the communication between Kelly Kumalo, which is accused number 5, were infringed. I will argue that later.
Counsel, if Mr. Mgumezulu can lay the basis for that, the witnesses just answer that the persons did not object or consented when the exhibits were seized. On what basis now counsel putting this proposition?
There is no formal evidence on the non-objection by that party. This is just an answer from the witness, because there's no such evidence. This is what I'm going to argue at a later stage, that they infringe the rights of these persons in terms of Section 35(5).
Which rights are those? Sorry, let me understand.
The
Which
right-
rights are those?
That the information obtained from Kelly Kumalo, or the communications relating to what the state is alleging, it was a communication between Kelly Kumalo and accused number 5 was obtained unlawfully in terms of Section
I thought
35(5).
number 5 is saying never communicated with Ms. Kelly Kumar.
That's correct. That's
Now, how is that reconcilable?
my lord. May I address it?
Yeah, fine.
For the court to understand. I said this is what the state is saying. This is not what I'm saying.
Okay.
Accused number 5 has said. I'll argue from what the point of what is said by
Okay,
the
fine.
state. Yes.
Did you read that decision I gave you?
No. That
About
decision I didn't.
proximate, immediate, etc., etc. You haven't read it? No problem.
No, I haven't
Yeah,
read
you don't
it,
have to
but
read it.
That's what I'm going to
Yeah, fine,
submit
okay.
at a later stage.
Okay, fine.
That concludes my
All right,
cross-examination.
Mr. Ramasipidi. Enige vragen.
As the court pleases, my lord. My lord, I do have some clarification questions to the witness. Good day, Colonel. Colonel, let me start you with Exhibit 01, your first affidavit that you testified to previously, August last year. And I'm going straight for paragraph 4 thereof. And it reads, on 9 April 2020 at about 10, I received a CD, Section 205, and cell phone downloads from the investigating officer, Brigadier Geninda, with the information about the following targets. Let us stop it there. The CD that you were handed, what did it contain, according to this paragraph?
It was not only one CD.
Yes.
Yeah, it was
Oh.
one CD with 205, one CD with the downloads.
Also, it's a separate CD with
Yes, that's
the
correct.
downloads, because I see here it's repetition, because when it says cell phone downloads and whatever, it doesn't
Yes.
say
Two
this
CDs.
particular CD contained the 205s and the other contained the downloads.
Lana ke angikhulumi ngesidi eyodwa njengoba ngithi ke ngathola ke isidi kuyena ubrigadier noma ke kuyena ke umphenyi kwakuyisidi eyodwa enama 205 enye isidi nama downloads.
And then the section 205 that you referred to, is it in respect of which numbers? I'll give you these numbers. Because in the context of the evidence here, it has been mentioned that, and much has been made, that Kelly Kumalo used about 6, 7, 8 numbers. Now, was it in respect of, and I'll give you the N numbers only, and I'll give you the names. 6669, which is Zandile Kumalo.
That's correct.
Don't go fast.
0436 in respect of Longwe Twala. And the two numbers for Miss Kelly Kumalo, which are 2498 and the other one is 4358. So the 205 that you received, was it only in respect of those 4 numbers, or were there any additional numbers from other networks? Because we see these numbers mainly are from the Vodacom service provider. And according to the subpoenas that were issued, several numbers from other mobile network operators were requested.
That's correct.
Okay.
I did receive more than this, only this 4.
Kunalama number ke abiziwe ke lana ke ufuna ukwazi ke umeli ukuthi ke iwona kuphela yini noma kunamanye ama number owathola ama 204 wawo u669 kaZandile Khumalo, 0436 Longwe Twala, 2498 kanye no 4358 awa number lawo mabili ke kaKhevi uthi yebo kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi ke ngathola kamanye angaphezulu kwala awu4 owabizile.
And in your previous testimony, you had stated that the object for your exercise was to determine, amongst others, if there are any linkages between the current accused persons before court and the people that were in the house at the time of the commission of the offense. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Bengishilo ke ngaphambilini kubufakazi bami ukuthi ke inhloso ke noma injongo yako ke lokho noma ke lo msebenzi engangiwenza ukubheka ukuthi kwakukhona yini okuhlanganisa noma kwakukhona yini ukuxhumana kwakukhona ke phakathi kwabo ke abamangaleli noma basola ke phambi kwenkantolo kanye nabanye balabo ababengaphakathi endlini.
Now let's go to paragraph 5, and I want us to sort this aspect once and for all to determine exactly how many cell numbers Kelly Khumalo was using on the 26th of October 2014. And in paragraph 5, you state as follows. The heading is Kelly Khumalo, and then you state, during my analysis, I identify the following numbers which belongs to Kelly Khumalo. You give an ID number that I'm not going to repeat on record, which I can prove via links with family, friends, XDS, which is the Expert Decision System, the Central Database Reference, and then full stop, you say Police Crime Administration System, eNatis, and Truecaller. Do you confirm that? That's where you source the numbers from?
That's correct.
And there's a block there, a column that I cannot decipher what's in there. I'll skip it. Then you say the following extraction out of XDS to trace the following numbers of Kelly Khumalo. The first one is 2779 494 48773, and then next to it you've written the date of 07/05/2018. You see that?
That's correct.
Lana ke afunda khona ke paragraph 5 uthi ke kucwaningo lwami engakwenza ke ngathola ke ukuthi lama number alandelayo ekuwawakhe uKelly Khumalo kwase kubizwa ke ID number ayinkomba ke okuhlanganisa umndeni abangane kusetshenziswa yona ke iXDX kuphenyo ke olwenziwayo lamaphoyisa nokuthi ke futhi lokho okulandelayo kwatholakala kuyona ke iXDS ukuzama ke ukulandelela nokuthola futhi amanamba wakhe uKelly Khumalo wasebeka u2779 4948773 idate 2018-05-07 yebo.
Now, my question is this. In respect of this number, the 8773 number that I've just mentioned, did you get any section 205 in regards to that number?
No, my lord, because it was older than 3 years. We couldn't apply for it.
Lena ke inumber egcina ngo8773 ingabe wona yona ke khona yini i205 owayithola? Cha, angizange ngoba ke yayinesikhathi esingaphezulu kweminyaka emithathu ke ukusho ukuthi ke yayindala ke sasingeke siyithole i205 ngayo.
And the date that is next to that of the 07/05/2018, what does it delineate? What does it say? What's the relevance of that date?
It's the same date which is mentioned on the XTX. That is the time she used that cell phone number as a reference.
Kune date ke lapha no 2018-05-07 isho kuthini inumber leya eyabuya ke nayo ke noma kuyatholakala ke ku XTS ukuthi ke isikhathi ke leso owayisebenzisa leya number ngaso.
Now, since the usage of this phone is overtaken by the time limit of 3 years for the Section 205 call data records, are we able to tell whether or not, specifically on the 26th of October 2014, Kelly Khumalo used this phone? Can we tell?
No, I can't, because I don't have the Section 205 information.
Ngenxa ke yokuthi imininingwane yayo i205 yale number egcina ngo8773 ngingenayo angeke ngibe kusimeko sokusho ukuthi ke ngalo ilanga lela lesigameko 26 October 2014 ukuthi wayisebenzisa yini uKelly leya number.
And then we go on, you say in your affidavit at page 3 under paragraph 5, used as contact number as per Rosebank CAS 01/06/2007, and then theft general victim. She was a complainant, I assume. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okunye futhi okulandelayo ukuthi yasetshenziswa ke nanjenge number kwicala ke lase Rosebank 106/2007 lapho ke yebo uyena ke umuntu owayonile.
And the relevant numbers mentioned therein are 2773 388 6730, and the date next to it is 03/05/2017, and the following number is 2761 456 2104. The date next to it is 08/04/2017. Do you see that?
That's correct.
Futhi ke amanumber akambandekanyekayo lapho 2773386730 nge-2017-0503 no-27-614-562-104 2017-0408.
In respect of these numbers that I've just read out now, the 6730 and the 2104, were Section 205 call detail records obtained?
No, because I only come involved in this case during 2020.
Engayithola ke ngawo ngoba ke mina ke ngathi uma ngiqala ke kulecala leli kwabe kungo 2020 bese kule isikhathi seminyaka emithathu.
Before I proceed to the next numbers, let's just clarify this, because you say you only started being involved in this case in 2020. In terms of your previous testimony is that, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, the Section 205 was already, in respect of the numbers that, a myriad of numbers that were requested on, was already requested by the previous investigating team before the team of Brigadier Gininda, but that it was stored in the central database of the SAPS. So it was already there. You need not apply for it again in 2020. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Kuyiqiniso ke njengoba bese ngishilo ngaphambilini ukuthi ke nanjengoba lalikhona ke linye ithimba eliphenyayo ngaphambilini ke uma manje ke sekufika ke uBrigadier Gininda engicela ukuthi ngenze lokhu ke sasingekho isidingo sokuthi ke ngihambe ngiyobheka ke ngoba ke kwase kukhona ke lokho kwi-system yamaphoyisa.
So if the 205s, section 205s, called data records for these two numbers that we are talking about were already requested in 2014, that was prior before you came.
That's correct.
If, because then I assume, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, they are still within the time period because they were already applied for in 2014. So, and the testimony of Pinky says, once section 205s are requested and provided for, they become permanently archived, so they can be retrieved because now they are used for litigation by the SAPS and other law enforcement agencies.
That's correct. If someone applied for it in a 205.
Okay.
Yabo ke kuyiqiniso uma ke sengifika ke mina ke manje sengenza uphenyo noma ithimba likaGininda ke nanjengoba usho ke ukuthi ushilo owakwa Vodacom ke ukuthi uma sekwenziwe ke isicelo ukuthi le mniningwane iyagcinwa ke uma kwawukuthi ke kwayekhona ke owayebacelile lamanamba amabili esikhuluma ngawo u6730 no2104 ayezoba khona kwi-system yamaphoyisa.
Okay, let's proceed to the next number on page 4, which is number 271188314447, and the date next to it is the 28/03/2017. Do you see that?
That's correct.
Bese sidlulela ke manje kwinamba ewu271188314447 idate yakhona ke 28/3/2017.
And again, my question in respect of that number was a section 205 call data record obtained.
No.
Lana ke ingaba i205 yona ke yatholakala yini noma ku section 205 umbuzo uthi cha.
Now,
the impendulo ithi cha so.
okay. Now the next number that is pertinent to this matter is the 27729382498, and this one I don't even have to ask you. I know that a section 205 was obtained because
That's
it's
correct.
been testified about here in this court.
Elandelayo ke inamba u27729382498 lo leona ke asikho isidingo sokuthi ngikubuze ke ngiyazi sekufakaziwe ke ngayo leyo number lana ngiyazi ukuthi 205 yayikhona uthi yebo.
And with respect to the landline 2711-413-1179, do you also sometimes in the line of duty, do the investigating officers obtain section 205 regarding landline numbers?
That's correct.
Ingame kuphenyo ke abaphenyi yini bake ba kwenze yini ukuthi ke basebenzeke ngalokho kubizwa ukuthi ke ama landline amafoni ke asendlini ngoba kunale number ewu27114131179 yebo kuyiqiniso.
And with respect to that landline, do you know whether or not a section 205 call data record was obtained?
No, not as far as my knowledge.
Ngolwazi ke enginalo cha akukho ke imininingwane ye205 eyatholakala mayelana nale number.
The next number that we go to is 2773-451-5017, and the date next to it is 27/08/2012. You see that one?
That's correct, and there's also no 205 for that one.
Okay.
Bese kuthi landelayo ke 277345150117 2012-08-27 yebo ngiyayibona futhi ke akukho imininingwane ye205 kuyona leya number.
And the last number is the one that is also pertinent to this case, and is the 2782-704-4358. A section 205 was obtained in respect of that number, correct?
That's correct.
Elandelayo ke yenye futhi ke inamba nayo ke ekukhulunywayo ngayo ke kulicala 278270444358 yebo kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi nayona ke kuyona ke u205 watholakala.
Now, let's deal a bit with this number 2782-704-5358, the bottom one. On the 26th of October 2014, at any stage, according to your analysis, were there any activities on this number?
You are talking about activities on,
On the 4358
yeah,
number,
what, on the phone or on the download?
on the phone itself.
If I look here on the, on the data used,
Yes.
from 1400 hours, 2:07, on the 26th, no activities on the phone. 26, 14:07.
Umbuzo ubuthi ke uma ubheka le number ke lena ke egcina ngaye u4358 ngazo i26 October 2014 kwakukhona yini okwakwenzeka ke kuyena lo makhala ekhukhwini uma impendulo ke ithi uma ngibuka lana isikhathi 14:07 ngazo i26 October 2014 cha akukho ke okwakwenzeka.
And until when were there no activities on that number?
Let's say until the end, because during the night of 27th,
Yes.
the police is in position of the phone.
Ngathi ke kwaze kwaba sekugcineni ke ngoba ke ngobusuku bazo i27 zika October ke umakhala ekhukhwini lona wawusezandleni zamaphoyisa.
I'll come to that in a moment. Just for the sake of completeness, on the 25th of October, the day before the incident, are there any activities on this phone, the 4358?
There was some activities. He did receive SMS.
Ingabe ke masikhulume ke manje ngazo i25 ilanga ke lengaphambili kwaleli sigameko ingabe khona yini okwakwenzeka ke kuyona le number le egcina ngayo u4358 yebo nama SMS eyawathola.
Were there only SMSs? There were no call activities received, outgoing?
Let me just go to the cell phone log. Still. Is only SMS and he didn't answer any calls.
Nama SMS ama calls ke awaphenduliwe.
Now, per the information available to you, if you recall, when were the phone, the 4350, 4358, I'm sorry, seized by the police on the 26th or 27th of October? Do you know what time?
No, I'm not sure about that.
Ngabe ngazo ke i26 noma ke i27 isiphi isikhathi la amaphoyisa ke athatha khona ke lo cingo lolu cha isikhathi angisazi.
As far as my knowledge, Sergeant Moswana and Colonel Netlam seized it during that night.
Mina ke ulwazi enginalo ke ukuthi ke u Sergeant Mshwana kanye naye ke uKolonel Netlam bawuthatha ke lo makhala ekhukhwini ngalobo busuku lobo.
The reason I'm asking you this is the following. Indeed so, Zandile Kumalo testifies in this court and she stated that upon their return from Butsilong Hospital, once it was certified that the person that was shot has died. Upon return to the home, 13511 Kultano Street, Mzamo section, that is the crime scene, before they could enter the house, their personal cell phones were seized from them and packaged by the police. So I agree that this phone was seized. What is the issue is your inference in your testimony that there was a device boot up, which implies that for nefarious reasons or for legitimate reasons, the user or the owner of that phone attempted to delete the whole or part of the data on the phone.
That's correct.
Lana ke ngingavumelana ke nawe uma ushoke ukuthi ke leyo phone leyo ke yayisemaphoyiseni ngoba ngobufakazi bakhe ke uZandile Khumalo ushilo ukuthi nkathi sebebuya ke esibhedlela ke ubuthilong bebuyela khona ke e13511 kuTlanong Street eMzamo section eFosloras amafoni noma amakhalekhukhwini babo bathathwa ke wona amaphoyisa manje ke kwena ke kokushoyo ke kubufakazi bakho ukuthi ke kwaba khona ke ukuvuswa ke noma ke ukhona ke ukuthi kwakunemniningwane ke esulwayo noma ke ukudelete okwenzeka kuleya phone ukusho ukuthi umnikazi wayo wenza lokho.
And you put the time of the device boot up at around 1 a.m. if I'm not mistaken. And by then, according to the testimony of Zandile, because they returned from the hospital between 11 and 12 a.m., 11 p.m., 12 a.m., 00 a.m., the phone was already in the possession of the police. So the user or the owner could not have been the person that performed that device boot up action or activity on the phone.
My lord, I can't testify on when did they seize the phone.
Yeah,
Okay.
quite.
All right.
Lana ke nanjengoba wena ke ukuthi ke ukuvuswa ke noma ke ukuthi ke ibhuthwe ke ifoni lokho kwenzeka ke ngo1 entathakusa ngaleso sikhathi leso ke akhonakala ukuthi kwakuwumnikazi ke owakwenza lokho ngoba ngobufakazi bakhe ke uZandile ke babuya phakathi ko11 ebusuku ke kanye futhi ke no12 uthi ke umephandula ke angikho kwisimo sokuthi ke noma angikwazi ukuthi ngaphendula ukuthi amaphoyisa abathatha ngasiphi isikhathi amakhalekhukhwini.
Yes,
As a quick disclaimer, Leonard just refers to the relevant portion in the report where Ms. Zandile Khumalo testified about this aspect.
No,
so
she
that we
never
can
did.
check.
she never testified about which aspect, my lord?
Yeah.
About which aspect?
Concerning the rebooting of the phone after it was,
I'm saying about the seizing of the phone.
yeah. But
the
the
phones were
critical thing
seized
is the rebooting,
upon-
not so much the seizing.
I said his testimony is that,
Whose testimony?
Lieutenant Colonel
Yeah.
Spain, is that the boot up, let's not confuse this glossary of terms. Rebooting is something else. Boot up. He says the boot up happens at around 1. Him, not Zandile talking about that. So, and I'll give you that, in fact, to be fair to you. Unless you've got the actual log of when these phones were collected, you wouldn't tell when they were seized from these people. But the point is that this phone was seized by the police on that night.
That's correct.
Yebo lokho kuyiqiniso ukuthi ngalo babusuku loyana amafoni ke noma umakhalekhukhwini lona ke wathathwa ke amaphoyisa.
Now, in fact, let's go to this boot up device boot up, because and I must be frank with you, I was quite perplexed when you said boot up means somebody is trying to delete memory data, wipe out his or their phone.
That's correct.
With my little understanding, and you are the expert, but what I researched about this, hence I said to the court, let's not use reboot, boot, because they mean different things. My research on this aspect, it says boot up of a device means my phone was switched off. I'm simply switching it on. If I want to delete something and wipe out my memory, you testified correctly to Mr. Mgomezu. You use factory settings to wipe out of your entire memory. That's what you said to Mr. Mgomezu. If I want to delete or wipe out my memory, I'll go to factory settings, then I'll instruct my phone to do whatever it does, and it does. My research shows me exactly that. But the boot up of a device means I'm switching on a phone that was sleeping, that was off. It's got nothing to do with the deletion of information on that device.
Sorry.
My lord, I can't agree. Then there must be a list like this when she switches on and off the phone.
Lana ke mina ke uma ngenzo lwami ke uphenyo ke kunalamagama ke asetshenziswayo ke ngabo ke ngithe inkantolo ke asingasebenzisi ke ureboot ngoba lokho kusho ukuthi kusho kunye bese ukuthi ke uboot up ke uvuswa kwayo ke uma ngabe umakhalekhukhwini ubucishi ucinyiwe ke ila manje usuvusa khona ke uyaphinda futhi uyawulayita ke manje kungihluphileke mina uma ngabe wena uthi ke uboot up ila usukhipha khona ke yonke imininingwane kodwa kathi uphendule yena ke uadvocate Mr. Mgomezu kushilo ke ukuthi uya ku factory settings la uzotshela khona umakhalekhukhwini wakho ukuthi ke akase esule konke ke uthi ke maphendula ke angivumelani ke nalokho okusho ukuthi ke bekukuningi ke akwenzile ke lapho na bekunaloya boot up khona.
Okay. Now let's go to the so-called runaway phone, which will be this number, the 2772932498. That was allegedly stolen from 13511 Kutlano Street by the perpetrators that entered that house. In your previous testimony, sorry, 13511 Kutlano Street.
The number of the cell phone.
Or the number is this number, sorry, 2772938248. Right. Let's go to, according to your analysis, or we can go to the section 205 itself.
I don't have the 205 in front of me now.
Yeah, it can be available to you, but let's go according to what you did and the access of the 205 that you had. You stated in your testimony previously, last year, August, that this runaway or so-called runaway phone, its last activity was 21:52:57 or thereabouts, and the tower that it registered on was Moleleki Tower. You remember that?
That's correct.
Kubufakazi bakho ke owabethula ke kunyaka ondlule ngo-August ke mayelana nale phone ke noma lo makhalekhukhwini ke owale number ewu-2772938248 ekuyinamba ke noma makhalekhukhwini owashiya ubufakazi bakho ukuthi ke ilena labo abangena endlini ababaleka noma bahamba nayo wathi ke phakathi kwa-21:52:57 isikhathi sokugcina ke leyo phone leyo ke ekwakukhona kwenzeka kuyona futhi tower eyayicosha kwakuyimuleleki iyabo kuyiqiniso.
And you testified that Moleleki Tower is in the vicinity of a hostel. At that time, you did not specify which hostel, but we were talking within the context of Basotho Hostel. So I'm giving you this chance to clarify that, because I put as a proposition to Ms. Vaitilingem, and my learned colleague, Ms. Advocate Sibanda, objected to say, you did not say so. So I want to put it so that you clarify that we are on the same page.
But refer to the witness. Give the witness a map, because all of us were in the dark until a map surfaced, or maps surfaced.
Yes, I'll refer the witness. There's exhibit JJ 10-5 that depicts Basotho Hostel and the distance between Basotho Hostel and Moleleki SGS. That's exhibit JJ 10, my lord, in brackets 5. And also, my lord, there's we can deal with this one. There's another one also that I want to refer the witness to. Or there's exhibit J7 in brackets capital A. Those two documents, my lord, those two exhibits, which will show a variety of data that Ms. Vitilingen testified about. Now, that is for tower locations and distances, and the pertinent distance is Basotho Hostel to Moleleki SGS Tower, which will be on page 2 of that document. Do you see that?
Yes.
And according to this exhibit, the distance between Basotho Hostel and Moleleki SGS Tower is about 4.7 kilometers to in between the two places. You see that?
That's correct.
Yebo ngokwalana ke ngiyabona ke ukuthi ibanga ke phakathi kweBasotho Hostel kanye neMuleleki ama kilometer awu 4.7.
Remember on your penultimate day when you were led by my learned colleague, Advocate Baloyi, and that was also part of the bench question, where you were asked whether you have distances between clinics and clinics hospital, Butsilon clinics, and the crime scene, whether you've got distances between the crime scene and Basotho Hostel, and you came up with certain kilometers. And in fact, you stated that you had even searched Google Earth and you traveled and saw that clinics tower is in the vicinity of Phosphorus Clinics Hospital. You remember?
That's correct.
Ngiyakhumbula ke ngibuzwa ngamabanga ke kusuka kwindaba yesigameko ke isibhedlela ke iButhilong ngase ngisho ke ukuthi ke ngenile ke kuyena ke Google Maps ngase nginikeza ngamabanga athize.
Now, with respect to this Moleleki Tower, it is important for the following reason. The state's theory is that the phone that was stolen belonging to Ms. Kelly Kumalo, the Samsung S4, its movement leads to, and the signal dies, according to the affidavit of Brigadier Geminda, when it reaches the hostel. And according to the evidence of Pinky Vitilingen, where's the document? That's my document now. There are, here. There are about 3 towers in the vicinity of Basotho Hostel, and Moleleki Tower wouldn't be one of the towers that service Basotho Hostel, because the towers that are there, it's 2G Phosphorus Square, next in the vicinity of Basotho Hostel. It will be 2G Clinics Phosphorus MN1 SGS. It will be the Phosphorus Hostel, and it will be Bupang Khotso Hostel. So Muleleki Tower is, she even pointed, it's down here in the south, further away from Basotho Hostel.
My lord, it's possible that he could, that the cell phone tower in question being used that time. The phone was moving. So it's possible that he didn't use, he used the strongest signal from the tower. So it's possible that they will pick up another tower. So it's not to say he will always use the closest one.
Kungenzeka ke ukuthi ke nanjengoba ifone lena ke ayiku movement ke noma ingekho ke endaweni eyodwa ke ukuthi ke angeke mhlambe ise icosheke itower le ekuyiyona ke ezoba eduze kodwa ke ingaqosha leyo ekuyiyona ke strong.
You see, that answer of possibilities does not pass muster. And I'll tell you why. Everything under this sun is possible. Now, with that answer that you've just proffered, we'll have then to determine the range of coverage of Muleleki. You agree?
It's not necessary because please bear in mind, this is all SMS. It's not a call.
Sorry?
It's SMS. It's not a call.
Ekufanele ubheke ke lana ke nanjengoba ummeli ke ethi kuzofanele manje sesibheke ke ukuthi ibanga ke kuyona ke imuleleki lena uthi ke uzukhumbuleke lana ukuthi ke asikhulumi ke ngokushaya kocingo noma ke ama call kodwa sikhuluma ngama SMS.
Which activity are you referring to, an SMS that logged Muleleki Tower?
At 21:53:44. It's
Yes.
an SMS.
21:53:44 masibheka leso sikhathi leso i-SMS leya.
And what's the difference between an SMS and a voice call received or outgoing, registering on a tower to make an activity?
On the SMS, it can go to the strongest or it can go to a tower with a dish, not a normal dish, which is all, almost to take the load off the normal tower. So all the SMSs can go to a tower with two different functions.
Uma sikhuluma lana nge-SMS sikhuluma ke la engaya khona ke kwi-tower ke nama functions ahlukile noma ke engasiyona eyodwa noma amabili.
Friends busy with cross-examination. The witness was called specifically to
No, no, it's okay.
testify.
Let him go on. No problem.
As a court pleases.
No problem.
In fact, my lord, that's one of the clarification questions that I requested when the witness was
Yeah.
called, whether are we limited to the two aspects or to clarify issues.
No, fine. Yeah,
Yes.
no problem. I don't know. But just recall what Mr. Tillingham said.
Yes.
He said that sometimes,
Yeah.
if this is the nearest tower,
Yes.
if we're traveling with this way, and this is the farthest tower,
Yes.
if this tower is overworked, that's a correct.
That's correct.
If it's overworked, it will not impinge on this. It will impinge on the next tower, which is further up away, but it's not overworked. That's how Pinky Tillingham testified. Is there
100%.
truth in that statement?
That's true.
100%, my lord. But remember also the limitation in urban,
Yes.
rural, and the like. And she testified that in urban areas it can be 250 to
That's it.
initially 25, then she went to 5 kilometers. That's why my proposition is that if he says this is a possibility, then somebody else must come and tell us. Not today, not in 2020, but
When?
back in 2014, how these towers were,
please.
were.
2014.
Yes,
Who
my
must
lord.
tell us in 2014?
Sorry?
Who is that who will tell us in 2014?
My lord, that's how they determine the range of towers.
No, but
in-
I'm asking you who,
Yes.
so that we must call that person.
We had spoken to my learned colleague before to say that an engineer can tell us, because some of the towers were not even in existence in 2014. Towers are commissioned and decommissioned, my lord.
Yes, any other further clarification questions or questions?
I'm looking at my notes, my lord. I'm just about done. That's fine. I'm finishing. We'll eat. My Lord, practically those are my questions that I wanted to clarify. I just want to make sure that I don't leave out so that once I'm done, Lieutenant Colonel doesn't have to come back from George. Those are all the clarification questions, my Lord. I mean that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Yes, sir.
My Lord, it's apparently 1 o'clock.
What time would we come back?
At 2 o'clock, my Lord.
Are you okay, 2 o'clock, sir?
That's right.
You're not missing a plane. 2 o'clock.
It starts with a paragraph that I'm not going to read. It's not relevant for that. But in fact, let me start here at line 11, and it's Advocate Baloyi. He says, and when in relation to the incident, and then the answer by the witness, it says, it is after the incident, but it is also, and it goes indistinct, the phone could be off or no reception area because later on you will pick up that there is reception again. So I think it is only not reception that is correct. Then again at 21:45, 15 seconds after the incident, a call forward from the number 2771-864-6841. Okay? Then again on the 26th of October at 21:52:56, that the cell phone received a SMS while at the reception area of 3G Muleleki WTSGS, and the phone stays in that vicinity until 21:53:54. Sorry, that's the court now says, sorry, is it 21, Mr. Stein, 21:53:44, and the court 53:44, Mr. Stein, that is correct, and the court says, okay. Then Mr. Stein continues, on, it's at page 17, my lord, to page 18 now, he says, then at 23:20 to 23:31:38, all the calls have been call forwarded. We did follow up on the scene that the 3G Muleleki Tower is in the vicinity of the hostel. That's exactly what I was taking up with you. What do you mean when you say 3G Muleleki Tower is in the vicinity of the hostel, and which hostel are you referring to?
I'm not sure about the name of the hostel. I only know it's in the vicinity of a hostel.
Lana ke ushukuthini ke uma wawuthi ke u3G iMuleleki Tower noma u3G iMuleleki Tower emaduze ke nehostel, wawusho yiphi ihostel? Angilazi igama lehostel kodwa ngiyazi nje ukuthi ihostel.
Okay, that's the only clarification. And before you go, Colonel, there's a in 01 your affidavit. There's a part in your affidavit where you plot the movement of the phone, the so-called runaway phone, from the crime scene to what you say it's at Muleleki Tower, and that will be found on this page here. Because I've got the part, but for me it's not legible because I'm not wearing glasses. If you go to your affidavit, it's on page 35.
35.
Yes, on page 35. Do you see that? For the 26th of October, it says movement of the stolen phone.
That's correct.
Can you please place the tower locations where the activity is logged until the calls are now forwarded? Movement, because it says at a particular time, which I cannot see, on the 26th, it's at Parque, then Parque, that's,
Yeah.
Yes,
Parque is in the vicinity of the crime scene.
yes.
That one is 2014-10-26 at 17-16-13.
Iphake indawo emaduze ke nala isigameko esenzeka khona 2014-10-26 isikhathi u17-16 nama seconds awu13.
With coordinates is 26, minus 26, 33, 833, and 28, 160, 6941.
What's that?
Coordinator, the place of the tower.
Indawo ke yayo itower but akubhalwanga igama lendawo kodwa kubhalwe nje ngama numbers ke 26.338833.
Let's leave the coordinates.
Yeah,
Just
but
let-
I just want to mention to the court, if you go to the Mololeki Tower,
yes.
if you compare the two coordinates with each other, it's very close to each other.
Isizathu ke sokuthi ngichaze lama coordinates nokuthi indawo ke la kubhalwe khona ama number ubheka yona ke iphake leya uyobheka nayo ke imuleleki ukuthi ke indawo ke ezisondele enye kwenye.
Then,
What is closer to Moleleki? Pake and Moleleki.
the two towers are very close to each other, if you work on the coordinates.
Lama tower amabili ke imuleleki kanye nayo ke iphaka uma uyiphake uma ubheka ke lama coordinates noma lo lama number abhaliwe la ukuthi ke ama tower sondele enye kwenye.
Okay, place the next movement whilst I'm still looking at this information.
The next movement is 2014, 10, 26, 17, 16, 15. Also receiving a SMS at 3G Parque SGS.
Bese kuthi elandelayo nayo nge-26 October 2014 17 16 15 nalapho yathola i-SMS i-3G Parque SGS.
Then again, at 2014, 10, 26, at 21, 41, 15, call forward.
Bese kuthi 26 10 2014 or 21 41 15 bese kuthi ke lokho kubizwa njenge call forward.
Then 2014, 10, 26, 21, 52, 56, receiving a SMS at 3G Mololeki WT SGS.
Ngazo i-26 October 2014 21 52 56 SMS ayithola khona ke e-3G Mololeki.
Then again on the 2014, 10, 26, 21, 53, 13, also receiving a SMS, MTSMS, 3G Mololeki WT SGS.
26 October 2014 21 53 isikhathi 13 SMS eyathola nalapho yacosha i-3G Mololeki WT SGS.
Then also 2014, 10, 26, 21, 53, 42, MTSMS, 3G Mololeki WT SGS.
26 October 2014 isikhathi 21 53 42 i-SMS nalapho itower i-3G Mololeki WT SGS.
Then again at 2014, 10, 26, 21, 53, 44, MTSMS at 3G Mololeki Tower WT SGS.
2153 nama seconds awu 44 ngazo i-26 October 2014 i-SMS e-3G Mololeki WT SGS.
Then at 2014, 10, 26, 22, 43, 20, call forward.
Nge-26 October 2014 awu 2243 ama seconds awu 20 i-call forward.
If I may stop you there, Lieutenant Colonel, because all the call forwards, they wouldn't show us the tower, so it's immaterial because we know that all call forwards, they wouldn't reflect a tower, correct?
Yes, it's correct.
Kuyiqiniswa ukuthi uma kubhalwe uCF noma lokho kubizwa ngokuthi i-call forward angeke ke iveze noma iyisho itower ukuthi yipi.
Okay, thank you, my lord. I mean, that's the only things that I wanted to place on record.
Okay, yes. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Colonel Astein. Now, sir, may you kindly, from the documents that you have and the documents that you work on, show me calls that were made after the incident that took place between accused number 5 and Kelly. Just take your time. The stack of documents that you have, go through and tell me, or this court, that is call number 1, call number 2, and etc.
After the incident.
Yes.
I only got information section 205 until the 27th.
So you don't have calls that were made after the 27th?
No, no.
I mean, after the incident?
No.
Mina ke ngakuthola ukuthi ke ama calls noma ke ukuxhumana okwafica ke nge27 ukuthi ke ukuxhumana kwakukhona emuva kwesiganeko cha anginakho lokho.
No, now I hear you mentioning the 27th. What's the 27th? Because this incident took place on the 26th.
That's correct.
Yes.
But they only requested information for section 205 until the 27th.
Mina ke engakucelwa ke ukuthi ke ama 25 sengwenzayo ukuthi ayogcina ke nge27.
So you don't have calls after the incident,
No.
which you're able to identify?
Ukuthi ama calls ke esemuva kwesiganeko cha anginawo.
That's a fact.
That's correct.
Thank you.
I can just double check on Pinky's records, but I don't know. I don't think I
Pinky's
got.
records. Okay, no, fine. We can go on Pinky's record. That is now Mrs. Vitilingam.
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Stop on the 27th.
Thank you,
Ubheke
sir.
kula ka Pinky ke lo ka Vodacom ke uthi gcina nge27.
Now, somebody coming and tell this court that I can state it for a show that there were indeed calls that were made after the incident, which were between accused number 5 and Kelly Kumalu. That will be wrong, not so?
It depends on what section 205 is in their position.
Thank you.
Uma kungafika umuntu ke athi yena ke ngesiqiniseko akhona ke noma kwakhona ukuxhumana kwakukhona emuva kwesiganeko phakathi kwakhe ke uKelly Khumalo kanye nomangalo wesihlanu ngabe lo muntu wenza iphutha yini uthi ke lokho ke kuzoya ngokuthi ke yipi ke isection 205 anayo.
Let me be very direct with you. Let's go to Exhibit O1, which is your affidavit, page 23. Now, I think it's paragraph 4. The last but one line where it says two different, okay, I'm going to start just above that. It says the number Kelly Khumalo, 27827044358 had contact with the number 27733059202 on two different occasions. Calls made before and after the incident. That is the 2nd of August and the 15th of October. Do you see that?
That's correct.
Thank you. Now, which is the reason why I asked you to show me calls that were made after the incident. And you say such calls never happened, not so?
That's a typing error, my lord.
Kodwa ke umfundela lana ke la kubhalwe khona inamba ka Kelly Khumalo 2782704438 yayi noxhumana ke nenamba 277330592002 kumahlandla amabili ke 2 August 2014 ne 15 October 2014 thume phendula ke noma kubhaliwe ke lana ama calls enziwa ke ngaphambi nasemuva kwesiganeko uthi nje uma sekubhalwa ke khona lapha kwaba nephutha.
What could have occasioned this mistake, sir?
Come again?
What could have occasioned this mistake? I'm sorry, I'm not shouting. I'm just trying to help you to hear me well. Don't misunderstand me to be shouting. So I'm saying, what could have occasioned, what could have caused this typing error?
I don't know. It's a typing error.
Ukuthi ke leli phutha lenziwa yini angazi yikwaba yiphutha nje.
You're only realizing now that this is a typing error.
That's correct.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi kuyinto engiyibona manje ke ukuthi kuyiphutha.
Thank you, sir. On several occasions, for starters, we are led by the state throughout this document. When you proffered your testimony in August last year, I just can't remember the date, the state took you throughout this document. Didn't you realize then that this was a typing error that needed to be corrected?
I didn't read my statement line by line. I took it out of my head.
Kusukela kunyaka ondluleke umshushisi ke ubuza imibuzo qhutshwe kwakhe nabameli bekubuza imibuzo awukaze yini ubone ukuthi yiphutha leli lalifuna ukulungiswa ngasifundanga ke istatement sami ke lokho bengikusho nje lokho ke engikwaziyo noma ekula kumina ekhanda.
Thank you. You were also subjected to cross-examination by all the defense counsels here. Did it not also occur to you that you needed to correct this, as it was a typing error?
No.
Thank you.
Ke nangenkathi kubuza ke imibuzo noma ngihlonya imibuzo abameli nalapho ke akungifikelanga ke ukuthi angilungise leliphutha.
You were also re-examined by the state. It also did not dawn on you that you should indicate and correct this error which you're referring to as a typing error when you were being re-examined for the last time by the state.
That's correct.
Namanje ke uma umbuso usophinda ke ngihloma imibuzo nalapho ke angikubonanga ke noma kufikanga kumina ukuthi ke angilungise lelo phutha lelo.
Thank you. Now, is it correct that I heard you well yesterday when the state asked you a question? Just a second. With regard to the information that is contained on table number 20, on the table that is in page number 23 of your affidavit, which is exhibit 01, with regard to the 2-hour rule, and you said to the state, I forgot to include the 2-hour rule in my previous affidavit. Did I hear you well in that regard?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Kuyiqiniso ngizwe kahle ke uma bengisho ke ngiphendula umbuzo kamshushisi ukuthi ngakhohlwa ke ukufaka leya rule noma leya mthetho ke wamahora amabili. Istatement sami sangaphambilini.
Now, just to clear or to clear up this issue and to try and understand what is it that we're talking about, I'm going to request you to put on record which information or in relation to what information did you forget to add this 2-hour rule on?
The information receiving from the download.
Kuloko kumayelana ke naleya mniningwane noma leya information etholakala kuma download.
Let's take it step by step. From the download, you received so many information as I was listening to your evidence. Specifically, the state was referring you to what is contained in page number 23. If you can go to page number 23
I'm
of
on
your
23.
affidavit. We are on page number 23.
That's correct.
Thank you. Now, as I'm saying, just to understand each other so that we are on the same page, me and you. That 2-hour rule that you forgot to include in your affidavit in relation to page number 23, what aspect of information contained in page number 23 were you referring to?
I don't understand you
Yes, I can see you don't understand me.
now. Yeah,
Thank you.
because the time here must be 2 hours plus.
Ukuthi ke umbuzo wakho ukuthi yipi ke ingxenye noma isigaba saloko page 23 engakhohlwa kusona ke ukuthi ngifake leyo rule ye 2 hours angikuzwa ke kodwa ke la isikhathi kufanele ukuthi ke sibe amahora amabili.
Say on page number 23, there's a lot of information. There's a table, there is information, there's another little table there, there is also information at the bottom of page number 23. Now my question is, in relation to what information is contained in page number 23, did you forgot to include the 2-hour provision?
With the hours, correct.
Ukhohlwa kwami ke yebo kwakungukhohlwa kwami ngamahora ukhuluma iqiniso.
That I understand. What I'm asking is in relation to what information that is contained in page number 23 did you forget to include the 2-hour provision? I don't know how to put it.
My lord, I also don't know.
No, I understand what he wants to get at, but I don't want to interfere
Yes.
because time is time.
That's correct.
You're talking about the concept time,
That's correct.
and you're not characterizing it as to at 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 7 o'clock. You're just taking the concept time. 2 hours was forgotten by you to be elicited on
That's
on
correct.
those documents, all of them.
Yes, that's
That's
correct.
that's how I understand it.
Let me try to put it this way. Actually, that is not what I'm meaning.
Okay.
Let's go to page number 23. Are you on page number 23?
That's correct. I already mentioned it.
Of your affidavit, just be patient. Colonel Stein, just be patient. Is it correct that on page number 23 there's a table there?
That's correct.
And that table, it's a table that consists of names of people like Kelly Kumalo, the cell phone numbers, the IMSI numbers, and all that information. Do you see that?
That's correct.
Is that the table in which you forgot to include that 2-hour provision on?
Now you're talking about this one, the top one. No,
Yes.
no, that is an extraction.
Lana ke phezulu la kubhalwe khona amagama abantu namanamba asikona la engikhohle kona ukufaka lama hora amabili.
Thank you. Now there's a sentence there that says links from Kelly Kumalo, and they state the number that ends with 358, and from the number that ends with 202 Fisoguhle Ntuli at Nkani in brackets 5. Do you see that?
That's correct.
Now, there is also save as Kelly 2 called section 205 Senzo. Do you see that?
That's correct.
There's another table there. Do you see that?
That's correct.
Now, is that the table wherein you forgot to include the 2-hour rule or not?
This table correct, yes?
Yes.
Yebo lana ke kule yesibili ke ithebulu ke manje nemininingwane ama IMEI ukuthi uhlobo luni le call iqala nini, date, isikhathi, omunye kanye ne cell name, yila khona ke ngikhohlwe khona ukufaka lamahora amabili.
Thank you. Now, so that we are again on the same page, let us include the 2-hour rule. Let us correct what you forgot. Let us now include what you forgot to include when you were preparing this document. Where should we include this 2-hour rule in this table?
22 plus 2, then it's 0, 0.
Where do we get that 22 plus 2 and then it's 0, 0?
Uthi ke lana ke ufuna ukwazi umele ukuthi sifaka kuphi ke manje lamahora amabili la kunesikhathi khona ke ubhale u22 uma ke ufaka amahora amabili ke uzoba u00
Then it's on the 3rd of August.
bese kuthi manje akuseyona ke i2 zika August sekuyi3 zika August.
So I've asked you, you say 22, then we include the 2-hour, and then it's going to be 0, 0. Where in this table do we include that as an expert? Let us correct your information. Where on this table do we include it? That must be on record.
I testified on yesterday.
I'm not asking you what you testified about yesterday. I'm asking you questions now. I'm not asking you questions yesterday. I'm asking you, where do we include this 2-hour provision in this table? That table has got headings. The what is it now? The MSSIDSN, the IMSI, the IMAIN, the call type, the start date, the call, the other party, the call time. Now, in respect of those headings, where do we fit in that 2-hour provision?
He was asked as to which aspect did he forget to include. He said the time must be 2 hours plus. And he was then asked as to that he must now include the 2 hours in the table, and he included that. He said 2240 must be 0040.
Let's call it, let's call it like we call it in South Africa. 20 past or quarter past, call it like so that we can understand. Don't come with 22 hours. Let's say 11 minutes past this or 12 minutes past this, so that we all understand.
Yes, it's 20 minutes.
That's it.
The first portion there on the table, he said will be.
I'm not so sure whether this is an objection or what, Matish, because I see now the state is taking over, leading of the witness.
Let Mr.
I don't know whether it's an objection or what, because he can only stand up on
It's
a
not
point
an
of
objection.
objection,
The way I
although it's not
understand
a
him,
parliament,
it's
but
not an objection, it's a correction. Is that a correction or an objection, sir?
Well, my lord, we said that the witness has already answered this
Right.
question repeatedly.
Right.
He was asked to include the 2 hours, and he has, in his answer, he answered and included the 2 hours. He said it would be 0040. And now he's asked again.
Wait, it becomes 004 when what is added to
When
that?
the 2 hours are
The 2
added.
hours
Yes,
is added to that time.
yes.
And it becomes 004. That's why he says it's on the 23rd now.
No, he said on the 3rd of
I mean, on the
August.
3rd.
Yes.
Now, onto which hour does he add the 2 hours? So that we all understand.
Yes. I'm not going to answer for him, but he said, you know, on the 2nd of August, 2240 will be
22,
22, yeah, 2240.
it's
will
11
be-
minutes or 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's 22 minutes to 11.
22 minutes to
20 minutes to 11 will
11.
be 20 minutes to 1. This is his answer.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Akushoyo ke makulungisayo ke la umsheshisi ukuthi ufakazi kuphendulileke lokho ngoba i-date ebhaliwe la i-2 August 2014 wabe sethi ke manje lezi ayi-2 August zizoshintsha zibe yi-3 August isikhathi sithi 22:40:47 but uma ke usengeza ke noma usu-add lamahora amabili akhuluma ngawo uzoshintsha lo ya 22 abe u-00:40:47.
Okay.
so
And we just, sorry to interrupt, we just want to refer to page 69 of the record of the 27th of July 2023.
Wait. Page 69 of the record, ne?
Yes.
All right,
Of
7th
the
of July.
27th of July 2023.
2023, right?
Yes, it's line 3 up to line 7.
Can you read that for all of us?
It says, Mr. Stein, we must keep in mind,
objection, my lord, objection. This is totally irregular.
It's not irregular.
It is,
wait,
because
wait.
the state had an opportunity to lead this witness on the information
I
that he
thought-
wants to place on record
No,
now.
no.
I am now cross-examining this witness. He will have an opportunity to
okay.
re-examine
Okay,
him.
they say can do it in re-examination again.
Oh. This is highly irregular, unethical as well, my lord, because he knows
As a
what his
court, please, my lord.
responsibilities are. He can't do that when I'm cross-examining a witness.
Mr. Mnisi is always acerbic, and I think it's about time that he should be called to order. He should just carry on with, we always extend the courtesy to him as a court official, and it's expected of him that he should do the same.
My lord, I can't keep quiet when I see something which is wrong and it is happening, and I simply keep quiet for the sake of being called an ethical person. Wrong is wrong for all intents and purposes. Courts are governed by certain procedures. Mr. Baloyi cannot stand up when I am cross-examining a witness and start to lead a witness on a particular aspect that he should have led that witness in his evidence in chief.
I don't
The
understand.
least that he can do is, if information comes up under cross-examination, that he feels the need to follow up that information, he still have a chance to do that under re-examination.
Yeah, right.
But he can't do what he has now done. I
But-
don't
but I
care what
thought-
he calls
I thought
me.
US colleagues, you want this court to be empowered with the truth.
Yes.
It's not a court of tricks and technicalities. And it's not me saying that about the law. It's about 5 judges saying it's sort of a court of technicalities and legal niceties. As I understood Colonel Steyn, he tried to explain to you what happens when he adds the 2 hours. And you and Mr. Steyn couldn't understand each other. Thereafter, Mr. Baloyi stands up. That's why I say to him, call it like we call it in South Africa, 20 past 10 or what have you. Then he tells us that the time which is annotated as 22:40, when you add the 2 hours, it goes over to the third of the day, and then it becomes 0040. Then Mr. Baloyi now says, actually this evidence by this very witness was on page 23. Sorry, was on page 69. I mean, now what are we fighting about? And all he's saying is that what this witness wanted to explain, you will also find it on page 69. As colleagues, just allow this guy to read that. That's it, and then we go ahead. Now we're taking points about a civic and what have you and what have you. Really.
It's the state that said I'm a civic, my lord. It's not me. I think that
So that's how I understand it.
I think that sentiment is directed to
so
the
Mr.
state, but not
Baloyi
me.
is not leading this witness. He's reading from the record.
But my lord, that's my concern. That if he wanted to lead this witness on that aspect, he should have done that when he was leading him in evidence
Okay,
in chief.
go on, sir. Yeah, I can continue.
Finally, my lord, let me just also put this on record. It is also unethical when a party realizes that the witness that they've called has got some a kind of a discomfort in answering certain questions, and then for that party to stand up in order to rescue the situation. That is unethical as well. Let me proceed. Mr. Steyn, now in terms of what you have just said now, how should actually now this table read like after the correction has been made?
It must read
Yes.
3rd of August 2014, 00, double point 40, double point 47.
Nanjengoba lana ke kubhalwe 2 August 2014 kwaze kwabhala 22 40 47. Manje uma sekulungisiwe ke kufanele kube u3 August 2014 endaweni ka 22 kube u00 40 nama seconds awu 47.
Then the second time is 15 October 2014. The 17 become 19, 33, 57.
Bese kuthi landelayo ke yi15 ka October 2014 isikhathi sithi 17 33 57. Lo ya 17 ke manje usezosuka kube u19 33 57.
That is now in terms of how this table should look like after it has been corrected.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Indlela ke leyo kufanele manje ifundeka ngayo ke emuva kokuthi sekulungisiwe.
Now, Mr. Steyn, is it so that this information, you prepared it yourself?
That's correct.
Kuyiqinisoko ukuthi ke umuntu wayehlanganisa lokhu ke kwakuyimina.
Is it so that even before you send out this information, actually you started with a draft information before you could send it out? As we are doing the preparations, not so.
That's
A draft,
correct.
do you know what a draft is? Where
Yeah.
you do, you know, a ramwerk, a
Yeah.
skeleton work. Is that so?
That's correct.
Nokuthi ke ngaphambilini kokuthi ke bese ngiqedelela konke ke ngikuthumeleke ukuthi ke khona la bese noma ngithumela umsebenzi ke ebengekawuqedi ke lokhu ungathi ke ngaphambi kokuthi ngithumele lokhu osekuyikona.
Thank you. Now, even before you sent what you had already prepared, did you go through what you were supposed to send or what you have prepared before you sent it?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Kuyiqiniso nokuthi ngaphambilini kokuthi ngikuthumeleke ngakubheka.
Now, is it also correct that before you could come testify here at court, you had a consultation with the state on the basis of the information that you had prepared on behalf of the state?
That's correct.
Nokuthi ke ngaphambi kokuthi ngizokuthula ubufakazi ke enkantolo yebo ngihlezi ke ndamshushisi nababeshushisi kwenziwa lokho okuthiwa ke ukuconsulta noma ukuhlala phansi ke sikhulume ngecala.
Is it also correct that even before the beginning of the trial, you again consulted with the state for purposes of the trial after you had explained to them what is it that you had prepared on their behalf? Now you had a consultation for purposes of the trial, not so?
That's correct.
Nokuthi ke noma sengihlezi phansi ke nabo ngikhuluma nabo ke nokuthi ngibatshela ukuthi yini lena engihlanganisile ukulungiselela ukuqulwa kwecala.
Thank you. Now, is it also so that you came and testified? You made reference to this document in your evidence in chief when you testified last year, not so?
That's correct.
Nangenkathi ngithula ubufakazi ke kunyaka ondlule ngangikhuluma ngayo le document leli.
Is it also correct that after you testified, then followed a cross-examination from the defense on the very same document that you had alluded to in your evidence in chief, not so? In other words, after your evidence in chief, you were cross-examined by the defense on the strength of this document, not so?
That's correct.
Ngasemuva kokuthi umshushisi sebuze ke imibuzo nabameli nabo ke bangibuza futhi ngayo le document leli.
And after you were, all the defense counsel had cross-examined you, you were re-examined by the state amongst others on the very same document that you testified about in your evidence in chief, which you were also which you were cross-examined by the defense counsel, not so?
That's correct.
Uphindileke nombuso futhi noma umshushisi ke futhi sebeqedile abameli waphinde wabuza futhi ngayo le document.
Now you were recalled to come and clarify certain issues. Those issues were based on the same document that you had prepared and gave your first evidence in chief last year, not so?
That's correct.
Ngabizwa futhi ke ukuthi angiphinde ke ngizochaza ke la ko bengahlangani khona ke ngalo futhi le document leli.
And now you're being re-examined, cross-examined again on the strength of that document, not so?
That's correct.
Ngiyaphinda futhi ke ngibuzwa ngayo futhi.
Thank you. Now, I've counted, say, more than 5 occasions where you had an opportunity to realize that there is information that you have forgotten to include in this document. Which information is the information that we have just dealt with some few minutes ago? But the essence of my question is, do you then realize that you had more than 5 occasions where you could have had the opportunity to make amends to the document that you had prepared to the state, not so?
I don't agree with you.
Angivumelani ke nawe uma uthi ke benginganaphezulu kwamahlandla amahlanu la ebengalungisa khona ke iphutha leli.
Thank you. I won't argue with you. But let me tell you, sir, that indeed you had more than 5 occasions where you could have effected the corrections or the amendment on what you are now saying, something that you forget to include in the document.
No, I still can't agree.
Thank
Because
you.
I did complete the statement, and the statement was spark.
Thank you.
I didn't read it every day. 2 years later, I come and testify.
Nalapho ke angikavumelani ke naloko kushoyo ngoba ke istatement yebo ngasenza ke sase siyabeka emuva kweminyaka emibili ke istatement ngisenzile ke ngazo kwethula ubufakazi.
You say this statement was made 3 years ago.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Istatement lesi ngasenza ke kweminyaka emithathu edlule.
Let's go to page 88 of your statement, of that very same statement. Page 88. think that should be the last page. Do you have page 88 there?
No, I don't have it, page 88.
The one that I have does have page 88. That is the portion where I can show you. I can show you.
I know you want to show me now when it's been, the oath's been signed.
Excuse me?
You want to show me when the oath's been done.
You're saying you don't have page 88 there,
No,
not so?
no.
Yes. So I want to show you what I have. Does have page 88. So I want you to look at page 88. May you please, I don't know if we've got court orderlies in this room. Somebody help me to hand this document over to Mr. Stein. Mr. Stein, can you just check there? That's page 88. Don't tear it. Don't tear it. Just leave it there.
That's correct?
Thank you. Bring the document back. I think the state does have that information. Or out of courtesy, you can show them. You can show them, yes. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now, page 88. It's a portion where an affidavit gets commissioned. Now, what is contained in page 88 here, it says, L. Stein, I certify that the deponent has acknowledged, that's your signature there, I don't think you dispute it. It says, I certify that the deponent has acknowledged that she knows and understands the content of this declaration which was sworn before me, and the deponent's signature was placed thereon in my presence at Jimiston on 2023. There's no month, there's no date, but the time was 0800. That's 8 o'clock. I don't know whether it's in the afternoon or in the morning, but I will assume it was in the morning. But the essence of what I'm trying to put to you, or not actually trying, what I'm putting it to you is that you've been dishonest with the court when you say that you worked on this document and then for 3 years it was parked there, I don't know where. Because it is evident from the commissioning oath that you only prepared this document in 2023, which is last year. Now, which 3 years are you referring to?
Don't put words in my mouth.
Ah, well.
I'm telling the court, I joined this group, the investigation team, during 2020. So since 2020, I work on this document. I analyze, I put the statement together and everything. And I finish up that time.
Iqemba noma ke ithimba leli ke angifuni ke usho into engayishilo ithimba leli ngahlangana nalo noma ke ngalijoina ke ngo2020 ngasebenza ke ngo2020 ngalona ke le document le ngabe sengiyalibeka ke noma ke liyahlala khona lapha ya.
Become, Mr. Stein, become. When I said to you, you had more than 5 occasions on which you would have been able to identify that there was something that you omitted in this document. Your answer was, you do not agree with me because you prepared this document. And then for 3 years, you haven't dealt with this document. It was lying somewhere, which is the reason why I immediately went to the date on which you prepared this document. And the date says 2023 at 8 o'clock. Although there's no month, there's no date there, but the year is 2023. Now the question is, where do you get the 3 years that you have not been involved with this document from? Because it is clear from this document that you prepared it in 2023, not in 2021. That would have been 3 years. Do you now understand me, what I'm saying?
I understand you quite
Thank
well.
you.
Be malign, that what council is saying is actually not Correct, it must be read subject to what this witness has said
At the beginning.
on the page that my learned friend has objected, and that's page 69, the 27th of July 2023, lines 3 up to 7.
Just read that, let's hear, because I don't have a document.
Says Mr. Stein, we must keep in mind if we are going to work on the cell phone downloads, with the download of the phone, you must always add plus 2 hours to the time which is being mentioned on the downloads. So if the download says it's 4 o'clock, then it is at least 6 o'clock.
Lana ke umshushisi ufunda ke athi ku page 69 ku record ke la nge 27 ka July 2023 lokho ke kabakuthi ke usiza ke la uadvocate Mnisi abuza khona ke ukuthi ke kufanele ke sicabangeke noma sikhumbuleke ukuthi uma kubhalwe isikhathi esi4 kongezwa ke amahora amabili okusho ukuthi ke sekuzofundeka nanjengo 6.
Oh, thank you. Is it done? Mr. Jonas, are you done? Okay, no, thank you. Thank you, my lord. The objection by the state, I don't know where does it come from, or in relation to what is it meant for? Because this witness says, after I've asked him about those 5 occasions, he says to me, and in a broader context to the court, that I do not agree with you that I had more than 5 occasions in which I could have been able to identify that I have missed something in my affidavit, because for 3 years I had prepared this document, then thereafter for 3 years it lied there. I never had signed, I never then worked on this document. The next moment I come to court and testify. If we understand each other up to that far, it will be fine. Then I say to him, let us go to your affidavit, which is the document that he said he prepared more than 3 years ago. This document says, or it was commissioned, and the date of commissioning simply indicates the date on which this document could have been finalized. This document says, I certify that the deponent has acknowledged that she knows and understand the contents of this declaration, which was sworn before me, and the deponent's signature was placed thereon in my presence at Jimiston on 2023. There's no date, there's no month, but the time is stated at 8 in the morning, 8 o'clock in the morning. Now the question that I'm asking is, he says for 3 years he has not been in contact with this document, he has never worked on this document. When this document that he went on says that this document was commissioned only last year, now I'm asking him, where does he get this concept of a 3-year from? The period that he has not been involved with this document. That's simple answer. Simple answer. I'm not so sure, my lord, if I can request that the witness should answer the question.
Yes, what's your answer, sir?
I still stick with my same answer, my lord. You must take in mind, I not only work on one case. I receive information on this case from the investigation team time by time. When we meet, we receive information, we receive requests. I've got other cases which I also deal with. The suspect is being arrested. After 2-3 years, they've been in court now. It wasn't an arrest and straight afterwards I testified.
Okunye futhi okufanele ukukhumbuleke ukuthi ke ngibhekeneke noma ngisebenza ngamacala amaningi ahlukene futhi ke ngihlangana nethimba eliphenyayo bathi ke bacela lokhu siphinde sihlangane futhi bathi angibenzele lokhu nokunye futhi ke ukuthi ke abasolwa ke baboshwa kwase ukuthi ke iminyaka emibili emithathu emuva kwalokho kwase liyaqala ke ukuthi liqulwe icala akusuka ukuthi nje baboshwa ngabe senami sengizokwethula ke ubufakazi.
So do I then understand you, Mr. Stein, to say that you just sucking this concept of you having not seen this document for 3 years.
I never said I haven't seen it for 3 years. I complete it and then I work on it and I park it and I work on it and I park it and I work on it.
Angikaze ngisho ukuthi
Thank
ke
you,
kwandlula isikhathi eminyaka emithathu ngingalibhekanga le document noma ngisebenze ngalo bengithola ke lokho noma isicelo ke ngisebenze ngalo bese ngiyalibeka ngiphinde ngisebenze ngalo bese ngiyalibeka futhi.
Thank you. Let me put it to you, Mr. Steyn, that the sole purpose why the state has requested you to come and re-testify, as the state calls it, to clarify certain issues, is because the state realizes that the road on which the state is traveling has got potholes. So we have just been called on to come and patch those potholes.
As the court pleases, I think the issue has been belabored during the application. It's not for this witness to comment on that. The reason why the state applied for his recalling was canvassed during the application, and we have now passed that stage, my lord. The court has already given judgment on that.
Yes, Mr. Mnisi?
Sir, I'm putting it to you that the reason why you have come to re-testify is because the road on which the state is traveling has got horrible potholes. So in an endeavor to try and deal with the potholes, you have been requested to come and patch them up.
My lord, I don't agree.
Thank you.
I'm here to direct him in the right way. Because it's clear to me that he don't understand my statement.
Akusilona ke iqiniso ukuthi mina ngokubizwa kwami ke lana ingoba ke umbuso uyabona ke noma bashushu bayabona ukuthi cha le ndlela ke abayihamba yona akusona ke indlela ehambekayo bese ukuthi mina ke angizolungisa lokho. Mina ngize lana ke ngokuthi ke ngizoqonisa ke ngoba ke kuyabonakala ke ukuthi cha istatement sami lesi awuzwisisi.
I won't take it up with you as to who doesn't understand your statement. But nonetheless, let's proceed. So it's your final evidence after the corrections and the patching up and the clarification has happened that the second transaction on page number 23 of that little table there, which you had prepared, should then read on that column that says start date. It should read 15 October 2014, 19, I think that's a semicolon or whatever, those two dashes there. 1933, and those semicolons again 57.
That's correct.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ke ngishilo ke lokho ukuthi la kune date yange 15 October 2014 nanje ngoba isikhathi ku 1733 kufanele kube u 1933:57.
So are there any other changes that should be effected on this document on that table there, except for the ones that we have identified?
And you can also say that how I discussed it or mentioned yesterday, the towers also have to be changed.
Nanje ngoba na izolo ke sikhulumile ngabo ukuthi ke namathawa nawo kufanele ashintshwe.
Or the cell names?
That's correct. The
Thank
tower
you.
names, yeah.
Let's go to the cell names. Now let us start with the first column. The cell name in the first column reads 3G Kimberley MW CEN. I don't know what this stands for. Now, to what should this change to? Where should this one then change to? That when I'm in the first column.
I handed in yesterday.
Let's effect the change on this document now, yeah. As I'm cross-examining you, that's effective. Oh, you want time to?
No, I handed in
check to what should
my
it then
exhibit
change to?
yesterday. That one.
Excuse me?
I handed in my exhibit KK5.
Or you want to refer to your exhibit?
That's correct.
Okay, no, it's fine. You can take your time. Yeah. You say it's KK5?
That's correct. If you go to page 1768,
Just a second.
that's on your section 205.
You said what page is it?
1768.
That's 1768 of 4648.
4649.
4649, thank you. Right,
Right.
I'm there.
If you go there to 3rd August 2014, 0. It's also a wrong one, this one.
This is also a wrong one.
Yes.
Let's get the right one, the correct one. Should I really, on your behalf, request an adjournment so that you put your house in order there? Then
No,
you can
no.
probably come back, or it's not necessary?
It's not necessary.
Okay, thank you, sir.
It's not been printed in mine. It's not in there.
Excuse me?
No, I just said it's not in the statement of Pinky.
No, but Mr. Stein, this is how it works. You know, this is how it works. Nay. When I'm cross-examining you, you only speak to me or to the court if the court something wants to clear. But you don't talk to the state. You request a permission to talk to the state, firstly from me. I convey it to the court, then the court gives that permission. But you can't simply, when you are in the witness box and I'm cross-examining you, you keep on referring to the state and talking to the state, which is the reason why I said to you, is it not appropriate for me to request a short adjournment from the court so that you put your house in order? And then you said, no, it's not necessary. Now you come and say, yours is not printed, and you're showing the state. Now, you're not, you don't belong to the state now. You belong to me. You are mine. I am yours. You are for the court. We are for the court. Should I therefore then request that we get a brief adjournment so that you organize all your documents? Should I do that?
My lord, I don't see any necessity of this.
Okay.
Can I be excused? Because I don't have the time for this.
Thank you.
I got my own time
Yes.
to answer, and this is an exhibit of Pinky on which I'm working now on. It's not something I got with me now. It's not something I prepare for this cross-examination or to be recalled back.
Mr. Stein, from my side, you are excused.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you. Then, oh, I thought we were leaving. When you said you
I
want
will
to be
wait for
excused, I thought you were going to leave.
The judge.
Mr. Stein, Colonel Stein is a colonel. He knows the law. He can't be dismissed by the council.
I'm not dismissing him.
Yeah,
my
no, no.
lord.
You say he must leave. You say he must leave.
No.
I'm the only one who can tell him to leave. He knows that.
No,
Been
but
giving evidence for over 30 years.
That's correct.
Am I right about the 30 years? Sir?
Maybe more.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, go on if you want to go on.
So I don't know what is happening now, madam.
No, the
because he has
witness is here,
requested
he's
to be
seated, he's giving
excused.
evidence.
Excuse me, madam.
The witness is giving evidence.
No, I'm cross-examining him
Yes,
now.
continue, continue.
Yes, he must answer questions.
Yeah, fine, ask him.
Thank you.
But my lord, please, I don't have time for questions again and again and again. If I answer it one time, I think I'm finished with a question.
Okay, you can mention it that you answered it previously. You can,
That's correct, yeah.
if you have.
I have, yeah.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I've requested you, sir. I said to you, what other information should we also correct in this table that you are now referring to Pinky's table? But this information is contained in your affidavit. But nonetheless, you said the towers should also be changed.
That's
you
correct.
You referred me to, I think, exhibit KK4, and then you said that document, is it KK4 or KK5? In KK5.
Yes.
Then you said that that document is also incorrect.
That's correct.
And
But-
then I said to you, let us get the right one. And then you then presented a document, and you had shown it to the state that that document is also not written. You understand? Now I said to you, would it appropriate for me to request on your behalf that we adjourn for a few minutes so that you sort out your documents? Then you say it's not necessary, you see. But that is problematic because we need to correct these cell towers, because we are saying also on this table, these cell towers must also change, you see. And for you to be able to effect the change on the cell towers, we must have a look at a particular document, you see. Because we can't pass this aspect of the evidence if we have not effected the necessary corrections, as per your indication that the cell towers also need to be corrected as well. Now, what is it that needs to be corrected in terms of the first tower that reads 3G Kimberley MWCPN?
My page is only from 3rd August 2014, 01:13.
Le page engiphethe-ke kumina ukuthi yini ekufanele ishintshwe-ke la kubhalwe khona u-3G Kimberley MWCEN. Mina-ke eyami page iqala-ke ku-3 August ngo-1:13.
Like I mentioned yesterday, we can clearly see that she was on her way from Kimberley to this site.
Nanjengoba ngishilo-ke izolo-ke kuyabonakala noma uyabona-ke laphayana-ke ukuthi wayesendleleni-ke ebuya eKimberley eza ngala.
That I understand, sir. I'm not asking whether she was on the way or who was on his way, whatever. I'm saying, what amendments, what information should we then effect on that cell name on the first line? That is all that I'm requesting you to assist us with. We take out that 3G Kimberley MWCPN and substitute it with what? We are trying to amend your.
My lord, it is
your
really necessary
affidavit.
because I can prove to the court that she was moving from Kimberley to this side. What towers he was using, I don't think it's relevant.
Okay.
Ingabe sikhona yini-ke isidingo-ke ngoba-ke engakutshengisa inkantolo noma engakusho mina enkantolo ukuthi siyabona nje ukuthi wayebuya ngaseKimberley eza ngala ukuthi-ke yiphi ithawa-ke ekwawuyisebenzisa noma ewayeseduze-ke kuyona-ke cabanga nje ukuthi yinto leyo enesidingo.
But I'm basing this on your answer. When I asked you what else needs to be changed in that little table, you said the towers as well. Then I say to you, let us then effect those changes to reflect the correct towers. Now we are changing, you don't think it is necessary. Do I understand you well?
That's correct, ma'am.
Ngisho-ke manje ukuthi angicabanga ukuthi-ke sikhona-ke isidingo manje.
Thank you. Now let's go to the second block, still on the cell name, because you said the towers in their plural form need to be changed. What change should then be effected on that cell name on the second block that reads as follows? 2G Ividale F ARM Lim 2. What change should then be effected in that block. You take that information and substitute it with what? Or what should be changed there? Should I request for a brief moment? An
No,
adjournment?
that one stays the same.
Oh, this one stays the same.
Ivydale, Limpopo.
Lana ke yona akukho kushintshayo la kubhalwe khona ke u2G Ivydale Farm uthi ke yona ke akunasimo sokuthi kushintshwe lapha.
My lord, I think I've got a challenge. May I request?
What's the
an
time now,
adjournment?
Mr. Baloi?
It's 9 minutes past 3, my lord.
Are you available tomorrow, can
Yes, if I'm not off sick, not.
Okay, let's adjourn until tomorrow.
As a court.